Welcome to day 2 of our 2026 budget. Yesterday, we wrapped things up and had a look at the operations, the operating budget, the operating list, and we didn't do any final decisions, but we had gone through the operating project list and put some yays and nays and some maybes there. And this morning, we will move into capital budget discussions. Before we move along again, because we do have a new council, I just want to put it out there that we will be taking our time, we'll be patient, we'll be thorough. There's a lot that the new council isn't aware of that they've inherited and projects and things that are happening. So we will allow a little bit of extra time to go through some things if needed. And I will hand it over to Miss Elvira Thompson this morning. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
To day
Happy
2.
day 2. So we're going to jump right into our capital project listing for 2026. Just give me a minute. Okay, so as you can see, it's a pretty short list, and we've had lots of years where we've had a lot more or a lot bigger ticket items. But we try to keep it to only the critical things that absolutely needed to be done to give this council a chance to make decisions, do strategic planning, and move with more defined goals next year. So on this list, we have traffic light replacement program. Well, I'll just go through them quick and then we'll go one by one with the appropriate managers or general managers to discuss in detail. So we have traffic lights replacement program. So last year we started the program. It was a 3-year program to replace critical parts of our traffic lights system that were no longer under warranty or couldn't, actually not even under warranty, but couldn't even be replaced anymore. So if they went down, we couldn't even find replacement parts. So the plan was to replace certain ones and keep those that perhaps might have a little bit of life left. And then if some other ones went down, we could use those in the meantime as we made our way through a 3-year replacement program. The second item is the main valve replacement program. So this is our second or third year, I'll look it up, of running this program to make sure that all our main valves are replaced. But we do a handful at a time so that we spread the cost out, and not only the cost, but also the time that it takes to do the project. Roof replacement at Reservoir 2, that's the reservoir by the hospital. That one has a roof that needs to be replaced, and we've been kind of limping along for a few years now, and so it's pretty important that that gets replaced. Sidewalk program, so we do around $300,000 of sidewalk replacements every year. So I believe Ken Froese talked a little bit about our strategy changed a few years ago where we tried to do like a whole block at a time to make sure that we're not just doing little pieces. It's just a more sustainable way to approach sidewalk replacements. And so what happens is they look at what section is in the most need or is the most unsafe. And he'll go over the details of where we're planning to do it in 2026. Common services mobile equipment. So we typically plan for a few pieces of equipment getting replaced every year. And this year we're proposing to buy an equipment trailer that can haul the compact excavator or the skid steer. I can't remember which one it's going to haul. Both. And the compact excavator is going to help us with doing drainage work. And the skid steer, Shelley will have to talk more in detail about. And then the landfill design. So a cell gets filled in a number of years. And once it's close to full, we start designing the next cell. So in 2023, we built our last cell. We expected it to be longer, to take a lot longer to fill, but for multiple factors, one of which multiple demolitions, school demolitions, it filled up a lot quicker than we expected. So we are at the point now where we're going to have to build a new cell next year. So this year we're just planning on doing the design of the cell, and the landfill design and construction is going to be paid for by a reserve, for our airspace reserve. We put money aside every year for a certain dollar amount for every ton of garbage that we receive. And so that is going to be paid for by a reserve. And then we're proposing the 54th Ave south of 50th Street rehabilitation, which is down by the four-way stop by Omniplex. So from the funeral, not from the funeral home, from the thrift store, that intersection down to the four-way stop. That's the right.
By the thrift store, yeah.
The other direction will be in the next next year or 2 years after.
We'll talk.
Yeah, Ken will come up and we'll talk more in details. And then just a small amount being spent on arena upgrades, which is just the handrails to make it more safe and accessible for all people visiting the Omniplex. So that's just a summary of it. Of course, we're going to go into more detail. So at first, we'll talk about the light replacement program. So Ken, if you could come up to the podium and explain a little bit more in detail what the plan is for 2026. Yeah. See how much you know about traffic lights, Ken.
For the council members that don't know, I'm an electrician by trade, so that's how I kind of inherited the traffic lights. Is that on? Okay. Yeah, so this project started back as far as my asset management role when we were doing inventory on the traffic lights. And in the process of doing that, we realized that most of our systems were obsolete. We couldn't get parts for them anymore. We had some stuff that was going far back to the mid-'80s, some of our controllers. And it was taking the maintenance crews longer to work to fix them because they just weren't familiar with them. The one guy commented one time that, that controller was older than he was, and so that's when we started putting together this replacement program that we want to do over 3 years. It's primarily the controls, not the signals that you see, but the controls that are in the cabinets. And it's a 3-year program. We started on it this year. We're focusing the first 2 years on the stretch from, say, Dairy Queen to 7-Eleven, that high traffic area there, where we'll be upgrading all of the controls for the systems and the traffic detection systems. This year we've got the 55 Street done, which is where Dairy Queen is, and 52 Street, or 52 Ave, are the two that got done this year. When we originally put the project together, we spread it over 3 years and basically math-wise just divided it by 3 of the total 460,000 that the job was going to be, and then we inflated each year by inflation, and that's how the numbers go, but that's not exactly the flow that we're doing. So this year with those 2 intersections being done, we're roughly $23,000 or $32,000 under budget for this year. But next year, when we do more of it, we're going to need that to flow over to next year so that we can do what we want to do. And by the end of next year, we'll have 7-Eleven to DQ that stretch done. And then in the following year, we're going to do the other locations that need to be upgraded. Any more on that?
No, we'll just see if anyone has any questions on traffic lights and we'll go from there.
Any questions about this project for Ken? No? Wonderful, thank you.
And this project is being proposed to be funded by our Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, previously known as Gas Tax Fund. And so it will not have an impact on our unrestricted surplus this year.
I have a question on that, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Colin.
Can you kind of explain that fund? So it's just how it's earmarked, like it's not necessarily for one project or another, it's kind of at our...
Yeah, thank you for that question. So both LGFF and the Canada Community Building Fund. Yeah, I think I said it right. CCBF and LGFF, they have a pretty wide criteria for what we can use it on, and we get a certain amount every year, regardless of what we're going to spend that year. However, we do have to tell them how we're planning on spending that money before they release it. And so if we want to wait multiple years, we can save up for a really big project, or we can spend it on multiple smaller projects in any given year. So it's a really good grant because lots of times we have to look really hard for a grant for a very specific project, and that can only be used on that very specific project. So this gives us a lot more flexibility on planning, being able to use it on, you can't use it on every single project, there are limitations on it, but essentially most capital projects we can use these funds on. And so this year, we are spending 1.5 million of the two combined, but the rest is going to be saved for 43rd Street next year, because the 43rd Street is going to be a significant cost. And so the rest is going to be saved for that big project, a few $100,000 being left over. And so that's how those funds work.
And sorry, what was the amount that's going to roll over or be left over for 43rd?
I want to say 300,000 or 400,000. It's not, so I track it year over year. So this year's allocation is 1.2 million. And then for LGFF, and for CCBF, it's around 400,000. However, there is still money left, a little bit left from last year's allocation. So it's more than just this year's allocation that was saved up. So we'll have, I'll just open my spreadsheet to be able to say the amount, but we do have money left there so that we can start saving up for 43rd Street, which is gonna be crucial because of how big of a project that is. 423,000 were being saved for 43rd Street next year. So then next year's allocation will be hoping about 1.2 million, plus the 400 we're saving. And then we're also working on a STIP grant, I believe, to match or to pay for maybe half of the road. So we're working on all the ways to make sure that we can fund that project without having to debenture, which is the number one goal, because we don't really want to debenture on roads, especially not consistently.
The other thing I want to say was just, it's stackable with other grants, generally speaking, right? Depending upon the other grants requirements.
Most other grants you can stack with this grant because of the way, the flexibility of it, they usually allow it. So stacking to specific grants is harder. So if we're stacking like STIP and like MWIP, for example, those are harder because those are both targeted for a specific project. However, the STIP, the MWIP grants, FCM, all those, they typically allow us to stack with this grant because of the flexibility and nature of these grants. So yes, almost all grants we've had success in stacking. But at the end of the day, as long as we can plan a few years out, even if we couldn't stack it, it just means we can use that on other projects then. So we haven't experienced that, but we would be able to manage it just because those monies will not go away because we can't spend it on a specific project. We just have to wait to spend it on a different project in another year. So it's not as high risk because we're not going to lose that money. So that's the benefit of these funds.
Good. Any other questions?
Awesome. Well, let's move on to the main valve replacement program.
A sidewall question. Sure, if you want to put your mic on, is that side?
Thank you. I was just wondering, when it comes, oh man, this is gonna be hard today. So there's $300,000 with the sidewalks we're doing. How far does that go? One block? And how long would it take for us to redo all the sidewalks in town at that rate? It's okay if there's no answer. Okay. Okay.
This year is 535 meters of sidewalk.
Okay.
It's actually 2 block sections that we're doing.
So 535 meters for 2026? 535 meters for 2026?
You'll check that, and then once we get to the sidewalks program, you'll have the answer ready for you. Maybe not how long it would take, but how much we have. Yeah. And a few years ago too, we did a study or an assessment on sidewalks, and we didn't, unfortunately, follow it at the time. Now that we've had the same people in these positions for a few years, those types of studies and assessments are a lot more useful because we have input with the engineers when they do it. And so we build it out together and then we can actually use it. But the problem with them, similar to, the utility reserve, is that we pay for the assessment and we get a big package and it looks real fancy and we read it and we put it on the shelf and then we go on with our life. And a few years later, we're like, oh my gosh, we should have done X, Y, and Z. But now the plan has totally changed because we haven't been doing it for 3 years. And so the point of that story is that we did an assessment on sidewalks.
Yeah, in 2018.
And it did, I think it was a 20-year cycle of replacement.
Yeah, 2018 was when we did it.
So if we did the amount recommended, then we would go through everything in 20 years. So every 20 years, we'd replace all sidewalks in town. Don't quote me on that for certain, but around there.
All right, main valves. So we've been working
Sorry.
on our main valves and.
Can I ask one more question?
Oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Cody.
sure.
It's really hard for me to talk,
Yeah, no, it's
and I'm trying not to have a gravelly voice, but, so it's either whisper or this. So this is probably the last question, because it's so hard. So how many people are trained to do the concrete work if we do the concrete work in town, or in-house? Or do we know? One person, and so does he do it all himself?
We contract that out. It's too big of a project. Right now, we're just trying to train people up on concrete work in-house.
Okay.
But we literally only have one employee that,
Yeah, my concern actually, after you said that, was that generally concrete takes more than one guy.
yeah,
But,
yeah. So we do contract that out.
okay, thanks.
All right, for main valves, so over the past few years, we've been looking at doing about 10 valves a year. It's about $20,000 per valve to replace, depending on the size of the pipe. So our strategy on it is to focus on the older areas of town, have our crew go out and operate the valves to confirm their functionality. Because tracking was so poor in the past, we don't know which ones have already been replaced, which ones haven't. So the idea is to test them, make sure that they work. If they don't work, then it gets added to that list of replacements. If it does work, sometimes we'll just use our in-house hydrovac to just do a visual inspection on them to see what the condition is, to see whether or not it's worth a replace or we continue on to the next valves. So we're trying to get ahead of these valves because they do have a less of a life than the piping. And it was shown in our asset management plan that this is a good strategy to continue. So I'll open it up for questions.
Perfect, thank you for that. Any questions? Could I just ask the question, so we allocated $200,000 in last year's budget for the replacement program, and was it the replacement program of the valves that we haven't started, or was that the manhole?
Manholes.
Okay,
that
so
we
the
haven't started.
replacement valve, I guess would have been for this year. How far along are we?
We've completed 4, but we've identified 34 valves that aren't working.
Okay, so we've
They're
completed
continuing.
4, so we still have 6 left over from that budget?
Yeah.
I notice you allocated, or you're asking for 250 in this budget. Could we knock it down to 200, considering we still have 6 more to do and then another?
Absolutely your choice. I'll respect that decision.
Okay.
Was it only 200,000 last year?
Yeah, it was only 200 last year, so just looking in.
I'm not sure how
at the
that
end of the
happened.
year,
That
and
might
we're
even be a
still,
typo on my part.
we still have only done 4. That's where I'm just thinking maybe we could push it
Yep.
to 200 the same.
Yep.
Farrell, did you have a question?
Sorry, in terms of getting them done though, so if we have 6 carry forward and you would like to do 10
We're going to have the 6 done this year.
before
Yeah.
December 31st?
Correct, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you could do 10 in a year. It's not a problem of timing. It's just,
Absolutely.
okay.
Any other questions? No? Okay, perfect, thank you. Next up, roof replacement. This is Shelley, I believe, again.
Shelley, reservoir roof replacement. So I mean, I don't think that there's a ton to say specifically, only that it's deteriorated over the years, but if there is anything more than that, then Shelley can.
Yeah, no, I
Enlighten
mean, it
us.
is severe. Around our skylights on the roof is what is failing primarily, and that sits right above our pumps. The skylights are there for a reason so that we can pull the pumps out of the building. And because of the deterioration, we're seeing water dripping on our electric motors at times. And so we need to address it sooner than later.
Go ahead, Brian.
Is that at the pickleball courts?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, it looks bad.
Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you very much. Now we're at the sidewalks program.
Perfect, we'll get Ken to come up to talk about sidewalks. I will bring up the map on the screen.
Write them down. I don't have a notepad for you.
If you want me to click through, just let me know and I'll
Yeah.
go to the next one.
Okay. Yeah, so this highlights the block sections that we're going to do we're asking to be done in next year in 2026. The year before, we did 46th Street, which on that map there is the one block to the west or to the left on that graphic. And this year, we're looking at doing 47th Street and then the area in around the Small Alliance Park is what we want to do. As I said earlier, that's 400 or 535 meters of sidewalk, which isn't entirely the whole sidewalk. We make sure, because there has been some repairs in the previous years in some sections, we don't redo those. We mark them out and say, okay, let's just do these rest of the sections, and the ones that have at least another, let's say, 20-year life in them, we don't bother pulling those sections up. To answer Councilor Brooks' questions, we have 30. There was 77 meters or 77 kilometers of sidewalk, and we're doing it with these numbers, half a kilometer to do a block. So that comes out to 39 years if we were to do one block a year going forward. So yes, it costs, these are the sidewalks that have a boulevard beside it. So you got sidewalk, grass with trees, then the road. So there's no curb and gutter in any of this. The price last year was $389 per meter. And then this project, we've increased that by 5% to get and then there's some contingency on top of that for that price.
Perfect, thank you. Farrell, go ahead, questions?
Who owns the boulevard? The town or the?
The town owns the boulevard.
The town owns the boulevard, so the trees that are on those would be the town's responsibility to take care of and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So with the sidewalk program, the same allocation was in last year's budget, and we were able to complete all of those repairs.
Yes.
And then the repairs are determined in priority from the asset management plan that you presented?
Yes, yeah, we look at, basically we have a graphic, I think it's in there, but we have, our GIS person, Vincent, had surveyed pretty much all our sidewalks over the last couple of years, so we have a pretty good idea of where all the defects are, and it essentially just creates a heat map that we can look at, and it becomes really obvious where the majority of the issues are. That combined with the 2018 survey that was done, which was primarily most of the trip hazards, the small sections that you just got to replace 3 to 5 meters because there's a tree root and stuff, but that's typically done under the operating budget.
Okay, so that's trails or the other portion of?
Sidewalks, operational repairs, that's the short sections.
Yeah.
And then the longer sections become a capital repair, then it gets added to the value of the asset and amortized over a period of time.
Okay, and we used to have in here, it was sidewalks, trails, and road program. So how is that? I'm not seeing the trails or the roads in here, so how are we addressing those this year?
I believe in this year's budget, there is no trails. Our plan was to do trails every second year. with approximately $200,000 put to the trails every second year, which is also typically grant funded. So last year we did a bunch of trail work, or 2025, we did a bunch of trail work. 25 and 4. This year? Oh, okay, okay. So then the next year coming up would be 27.
So
when
we'll
we
skip
have
a year?
26, we'll be finishing off that ATF rental.
So 2026, next year, we will see some trail upgrades? Oh, and that's from the granting, okay. And I was going to say, yeah, because it seems that there are some priority areas, and that is done the same throughout the community, is the priorities will be addressed with the grant money. And how much grant money is there, and how many repairs do we feel will be addressed?
Okay, the ATF grant is difficult. So with the ATF grant, we identified West Valley Trails, a section of sidewalk that we converted to a trail over by the Shangri-La Lodge, and Peace Park. There was a small chunk of sidewalk we converted to a trail. When we estimated the cost during the grant application, which was a prior general manager, the cost estimate was at $530 per linear meter, and that's how they budgeted and got the grant. However, when we did our tendering, it came in at 200 and some, so it was a lot less than what was projected in the application. So what I've been trying to do is we got 640 some thousand, I can't remember the exact number, from ATF for these trails, but I can't jump locations. So what I have to do is, in order to get a scope change with ATF, it has to be a continuation of what we've already worked on. So I was able to get a scope change to complete Peace Park, and then an additional scope change to go from Peace Park to St. Anthony's School up to 50th Ave. After that, we'll look at our priorities, and then we'll submit another grant to ATF and find the next locations that we want to target, and then we'll go from there. But right now, I'm just trying to utilize all the grant funding we were allocated.
Okay, perfect. So we'll see that done next year. And then when it comes to road maintenance and potholes and things, that's done internally, so that's, or how is that? That's not, that we're not seeing?
Generally through the R&M budget, but I'll let Jocelyn speak to
And then
this a
could you
little bit.
maybe tell us what the RMN budget
So
is?
it's a repair and maintenance budget under roads and sidewalks.
Perfect, thanks. Jocelyn?
I just wanted to explain to council, Madam Chair, that program that you spoke of where it was sidewalks, roads, and trails, they're now being addressed separately.
Okay.
So don't consider this as a single project outside of that. They're being addressed on their own because of the way we're doing asset management now.
Okay, perfect. Just so when we're speaking to comments or concerns in the community, we're able to say that although you don't see them in the budget, that they're still being, they're operational. So we'll, yeah, so we'll still see those happening. Does anybody else have questions? Farrell?
Thanks. I would be interested in some point, not today, having kind of the trails come forward with the asset management piece. I get weird concerns about the Cooley Trail, and that is like miles of, not just kilometers, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
thanks for the question. We also have gotten many complaints about the trail out that way with the cracking
Yeah.
and some heaving. We did try to address it with crack sealing last year just to try to slow the process down a bit. I don't know that that's going to work long-term. So yes, it is on our radar as a section of trail that's not in the
Yeah.
best condition.
I just think because it's so big, it might end up trumping a lot of others. We can do 10 small pieces or one big piece, or I just don't want to be caught off guard, and it is not cheap, so. Okay.
Go ahead, Pat.
Just regarding the sidewalks, one thing that I did hear about were concerns expressed by people trying to use sidewalks using scooters and wheelchairs. And so I assume the new ones are being designed so that that's all accommodated.
Yes, they're designed to proper specs now. There is a couple areas in town, and I'm pretty certain I probably know what areas you're speaking of, that they were designed poorly and it narrows in certain sections, so we will address those as we get to them. As well as the crossings, like wheelchair ramps, we've been trying to address those. We had quite a few concerns last year come forward about accessibility on some of our crosswalks, that they were not a wheelchair ramp, so we did address, I believe, 6 of those last year.
Excellent. And related to that, Also a concern about an individual in, if it was a wheelchair or scooter, trying to push a crosswalk sign or a button, not being able to access it. I'm not sure where that was at.
Oh, it must have been at, yeah, so when we did 50th Ave construction, we had narrowed the road and realigned the sidewalk, and there was an oversight there with the push button. We did address that this year, and so they should be able to access it with the sidewalk now.
Perfect. Any other questions? No? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Next up is Miss Terry for Common Services. Oh, Colin. Yeah. Good morning and welcome. Oh, maybe do you want to do introductions before you start, just so everyone knows who you are? Good morning. Any questions on the trailer? Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, there's a comment on here just that currently you guys have been renting trailers in order to move the equipment. What's the current cost of renting a trailer per day from ACR?
It's $300 to $400 a day, depending what it is, so.
Okay.
And with that, how many days of the year averaging are we renting?
Currently, not too much, because we don't have a lot of operating budget for it. If we had those pieces of equipment, we would need it to run those pieces of equipment around town, so it would be quite a bit more.
And so the ask is the 42,900 in the budget. Is there an opportunity to look at auctions and shop around for a trailer like this to try to save?
There is. That would be at council's discretion. If we do that, there's always the opportunity or the risk that we end up sinking money into an older piece of equipment, but it just depends on how we fare at the auction, so.
I would think, I mean, I'm not an expert when it comes to equipment, but I would think in a trailer that you're not worried about an engine or a motor or repairs. You might have to replace the tires, but usually you'd be able to visually see like the bed of the trailer and something like that. Just thinking of, I've seen them at like secure auction and all that where we might be able to save a little bit of money.
And it could take some time just to find the one that's outfitted correctly. The highboy tandems they're more expensive because they're quite heavy. We do need that width to get the width of the excavator up onto the trailer. So this one comes with full width ramps with springs. So it'll help the staff be able to lift those heavy ramps up every single time that they use it. And they're full width, so less of the risk of a rollover trying to back equipment off, so.
Any other questions? No.
The next request would be a compact excavator on page 92. So periodically, we've rented a 6-ton excavator for a number of tasks this year. These include for cemetery burials, for ditching, culvert replacements, pothole and asphalt repairs, utility repairs, and we're anticipating doing some playground resurfacing corrections, which would be used for. Ditching and culvert replacements in particular have been lacking in public works service delivery for many years. And ditching is crucial where culverts and adjoining ditches are full of silt, resulting in flooding. We did perform some limited work on some very crucial areas this year with good results with rented equipment. It does come with drawbacks, of course, using rented equipment. Availability is one issue. Having the right equipment for the job is another. The piece of equipment we're proposing would have some excellent dexterity to be able to do the really fine-tune ditching and those types of jobs, so. The cost is page 93, with everything factored in, including contingency, it would be 205,920. Any questions?
Any questions? Farrell?
Are the staff already trained on this, or would it require extra training?
Absolutely, and in fact, the one that we're proposing, we actually rented all the way through the summer. There is a different attachment that would allow the bucket a lot more dexterity. They would need a little bit of training on that, but we have some very talented operators in our group. We would have no issues with it.
Go ahead, Colin.
What, have we looked at other brands, I guess, with respect to mini excavators?
We have, when we're at the budget phase, typically we don't look at all of the options. Once we have funding commitment from council, we'll do a lot more investigating into the different brands and the pricing and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I know some people in the rental business that buy these things with regularity. I chatted with them about this and this particular item, and they said that, you know, there are options that you can get for 75, 80 grand. So, I mean, when you factor in all the attachments and all those sorts of things, it would, excuse me, come in significantly cheaper, I think. So, you know, are we looking at like John Deere stuff here, like brand name stuff, or are we
They were
looking
one
at-
of the easier ones to work with for estimates for this purpose and look into the tilt rotator attachment in particular. Again, we would be doing our investigation once this is approved to really hone in on what the cost benefits are, the different brands and the warranties and everything else, so. I do understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, that's my question, is just kind of the variety of what's out there, so.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Do we have an estimated savings that purchasing this equipment would give us on a year-to-year basis?
We haven't done a full assessment of that. I can tell you that having that piece of equipment available would be huge. I know there's a couple of times that we went to do some work and it wasn't available, and it really puts us behind, puts us in a bad situation. We end up contracting out or getting a smaller unit, which really delays the job, makes the staff frustrated. They don't, you know, there's all sorts of limitations there.
I'm just going to chime in a little bit. So just to put in perspective, we have quite a few ditches in town. We did one ditch at Brandet last year, contracted, and it cost us $32,000. Just to put in perspective.
Just to add on to Councillor Clark's comments here, just kind of pulling up Alberta auction, and there's quite a few new mini excavators on there that, you know, that I think maybe having the opportunity to bid on or to look at, just to, I understand that, you know, these pieces of equipment might be necessary but expensive, and, you know, I just want to ensure that we're looking at all means to save money.
For the purpose of budget, of course, we're asking for this. We have to follow procurement.
Yeah.
So we are going to look for the best price out there. And it does what we need it to do, just functionality and best price. So we'll do our work. It'll
And you
take us
do
some
look at
time.
auctions, like typically, like?
We can, we don't typically, but we will look into that option and see if there's any value in doing that. You don't get warranties, yeah, that's a bigger thing too. Yeah, it is, so there is a
Even on,
risk.
even like, yeah, I guess for the brand new equipment. I was just thinking,
Well,
if you save $100,000, we have in-house.
To the chair, with that attachment, it's not a very common attachment as well, so having it outfitted with the factory as well as including with the warranty, I think on this particular item would be wise, but.
Okay, any other questions? No, we'll move along.
And the last one for replacement, 261. Unfortunately suffered some operating issues this summer, specifically in May, where the ECU is giving us some trouble, as well as having some chain drive issues. We did look at the repairs and do a cost estimate between trying to repair it and letting it go at the auction as is in the inoperable row. And it looks to be the better option. Once we crack that thing open, it could be very expensive. and it doesn't seem feasible no matter how we look at it. We would be replacing it with a similar size unit. It would be a tracked unit. We feel like that would give us quite an advantage when doing a lot of the snow removal tasks, as well as some of the turf tasks. These tasks include outdoor rink snow removal, landscaping on turf, wet conditions, snow removal, parking lots, trails, and then loading salt and sand units in parks. We do have a snow blade for it as well. It does a fantastic job on trails. We have been renting one throughout the summer. Again, availability, it gets kind of rough, so. Cost would be $145,000, $530,000.
And what is the current year of the skid steer that we have?
This is a 2012.
2012, and what typically would a warranty come with purchasing a new skid steer?
I don't know offhand, but I have the estimates. I can sit down and have a look, see what their warranty was.
Sure. Questions? Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be along the same lines as the last one is, you know, are we looking at the Cadillac or are we good with, you know, the Pinto sort of thing? So, yeah, that's my only comment is just making sure we're looking at all options and.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So like Shelley mentioned, we would be looking at following our procurement process and making sure we get the best value. The unit that we quoted particularly is two-year, 2,000-hour warranty, comprehensive, so it's not too bad.
2-year, 2,000.
2,000 hours, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Cody. You want to write it on the back of this?
I was thinking about telling you how fluoride doesn't work unless it's topical or something. But anyway, that's recorded.
Save
That's
your
in there
voice.
forever. Anyway, so I just wanted to mention, kind of for council, is that this is kind of what happens when you go to an auction, you don't know what you're getting a lot of the time. And so like we're talking about potentially auctioning off this piece of equipment that, you know, is non-functional for us. And so somebody's gonna buy that and they're gonna have to do all sorts of repairs on it. So I'd love to keep talking, but I just can't. It's just something for council to keep in mind. I'm not opposed to using auctions, but, you know,
Just to
we
be
have to be
aware of what
careful.
if we're using auctions, maybe by looking for new at auctions, because they do have new equipment rather than used, yeah, because we don't know what we're getting. Thank you for the comment. Okay, any other questions on the equipment? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. This might be Shelley or Colin again. Landfill?
It's Miss Shelley Terry.
Miss Shelley.
Stand here all day, yeah. All right, so as you all know, we have our landfill, and each cell has to be designed accordingly to our approval limits. What we do every year is we do what's called an airspace analysis, which measures the apparent density of and the compaction efforts of our landfill operations. We did have 2 school demolishes that came through that we weren't anticipating. The issue with school demolish material is it's not as easy to compact, so you do tend to get air gaps between. And then as well as there was some issues with our contractor that we've now since addressed. So it is projecting through our airspace analysis, the June airspace analysis this year is saying to August of 2027 is when our new cell will be full. We are hoping though, over time, as you add garbage, that the material from the demolish, and we also have to do what's called a liner, a garbage liner on the bottom to protect the liner of the cell, so it's kind of just a fluff piece that you don't compact. That will also compact over time, so we do hope to see some gain in the coming year, but unfortunately, because it says in 2027 it is due, we need to prepare for the next cell at this point in time. So this is to do the design in 2026 of the next cell for construction of the new cell in 2027. And I'll open it up for questions.
Perfect, thank you very much for that. Questions? So when we had the demolition of the schools, What was the approximate tonnage, and did we put any of that into reserves? Like, was it, because we would have seen an increase in the tipping fees?
No, we didn't see an increase in tipping fees. The reason is demolished material is lighter than your regular household material. So there is a different rate for demolished material, but it didn't really have an impact on our revenues, I don't believe, that much. A little bit, but not what we would have anticipated with normal household waste, right? So,
However, if the total tonnage we took in, it is lighter, so
It's
it would
lighter.
impact, so the total tonnage is what we use to calculate what we put into airspace reserve.
Yeah,
So it would have increased a little bit, but certainly not enough to build a cell.
okay.
well, and that's
What I was hoping, do we have a
yeah.
little bit pocket of money somewhere?
To the chair, it's not heavy material. That is the bigger issue.
It's not concrete and.
No, concrete doesn't get put in our cells. We separate that and we sell it to metal necks.
Yeah.
So that's different. We do get a revenue for that. But yeah, wasn't something we're anticipating. We do hope it will compact over time a little bit better. But we just can't take the risk. We do need to be prepared.
Perfect. Any other questions?
So I just have a comment, sorry, you can go ahead.
Go.
Okay, just about if we build a new cell and this cell compacts more, then we can add more. We're not closing the cell yet.
Yes.
So the cells are not going to be closed, any of them, until this new cell is full.
Yes, so typically when you do a closure, you phase it out. So we've got phase 4 right now, A, B, C, all the way to F. We don't typically do final cover and final cap on that until the entire phase 4 is done. So we would wait till this next cell is done and we'd be looking at, we're doing another post-closure liability right now just to confirm, but we're looking probably 2031 where we'd have to do final cap.
Ryan, did you have a question? Okay, and does anybody need a little bit more detail when it comes to our landfill about the kind of the life cycle and the cells and everything like that? Maybe what a cell is and what airspace is, a little bit, just some Coles notes.
I would love an in-depth, thorough presentation. I get most of that basic stuff, but I want to see where the cells are actually at and what footprint we have left and if we need more land and all that kind of stuff. Not at this meeting, but we should have a landfill discussion in general.
We definitely should, absolutely. We'll bring a presentation to you next year so that we can kind of get more in depth on the operation of it.
Yeah, so in general, a cell would be,
Depends on what you get. So like we were hoping to get 5 to 7 years on this cell and we didn't make that.
so it's like a hole in the ground that,
You just fill, so airspace is you're filling up airspace, it's going up. So we have a limit of where we can go up to as per Alberta environment, and then that's where we stop. And then we have to leave enough space for final cap.
so we,
And, sorry, so the regulations guide us in what we have to put aside for airspace. And while airspace is not as legislated, but we have a policy that we follow to make sure that by the time we need to build a new cell, that we have money in a reserve. So there is enough money in the reserve for this, but it's a smaller cell. And given how quickly we filled this last one up, I'm getting a little nervous about when we're gonna have to build, not this coming one in 26, or 27, but the next one. And so we have to maybe reevaluate how many dollars per ton we put into the reserve. But we do put significant reserves aside for airspace, and then we have to record a liability on our books for closure and post-closure. So closure happens sooner, so when we close, that has a cost to it, capping it and all that. And then post-closure is the years and years and years that we have to monitor what comes out, test it, monitor it. And the hard part about estimating that is we don't know. It could be 20 years, 40 years, 100 years of monitoring and testing the leachate coming from those cells. And so because of all the unknown surrounding it, we are pretty legislated in how we record it on our books. And so that is the good part about the landfill, but the bad part about the landfill is just the unexpected nature of it. And yeah, that's not knowing solidly exactly what to expect.
And we're going to continue to look at options for waste diversion, whether it be waste to energy, whatever. We're going to continue to explore those options to help us.
So the amount here is for the landfill cell design would be 160,000. Because we've seen a $2.5 million additional surplus last year, we were able to put away 375,000 into landfill reserve transfers additionally. Would we be able to use that money to cover this?
We didn't put any extra on landfill.
Yeah, we
I
put
don't-
375,000 into landfill.
Oh, yeah, we do that every year based on our closure, post-closure and tonnage.
So we didn't put additional from the 2.5?
No,
So
it
could we-
went to water, sewer, fire.
Oh, I
Water,
have
sewer, fire,
landfill,
I believe.
protected,
I'd have to pull it up.
recreation.
I'd have to pull it up. But this is being paid for by reserve.
Oh, this is
Yes,
fully,
100%.
okay, by
Yes,
reserve.
yes, yes.
Okay.
There is enough in the airspace reserve to cover this and the construction and some.
Okay,
So as for the next few years, what we have to make sure is that we have to be ready for the one that's going to be built in 2030 or probably sooner than 2030. That's the one now.
We have to save
We have to
for.
make sure that we're putting enough aside. To this date, we've been fine, but because of this one coming quicker, now we're going to do some more work to make sure that we're putting enough aside now for the one that's going to come after. But the one that we're proposing to design this year is covered by reserves. The
Reserves.
design and the construction of it, yes.
okay, perfect. Ryan, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, so just like, so if there is like massive demolition or something coming forward, like do we have do they just pay regular rates or do we have additional service fees for like knowing that they're gonna take up more space and?
There is an additional service fee for demolition, yes. It's not the same as household residential.
Colin?
So with respect to the waste to energy proposed project, like we're not going to see any material gain on the waste coming in there with the size that's proposed because it is a pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the only way we'd ever see any sort of gain on any of the cells, I guess, would be to go like obviously you have to exceed what your daily intake is, which would be, are we 2,000 tons a day or 1,000 tons
It's
a day?
about 1,400, I think.
1,400 tons a day. Now, I guess to get to that 1,400 tons a day with a waste to energy project, the cost on that would be fairly significant, right? But because I think there are grants for those sorts of things, and this isn't something that's practiced very much in Canada at all, if at all, I don't know. Maybe we see some opportunities there to catch up and maybe start digging up the old stuff, who knows, right?
Start mining, yeah. Yeah,
so-
there's always potential, so.
Right, so I mean, with that on the, obviously with a new one on the horizon, it's too tough probably to try and get something to scale. But, I mean, from a longer term perspective, we're always thinking of things we can be doing. But, I mean, are there other things other than waste energy we could be doing?
We're going to try to explore some other options as well. I know that we do have some land that we did purchase there that we need to unlock for further development. So those are things that we're going to need to look at here pretty quick. There's also a really large cell to the north that is within a setback of a Brazeau County residential property. So there's options that we can do to even unlock that property. So those are things that we're going to definitely have to explore.
And what about baling? Are we exploring baling that we could start storing?
Yes, we have been talking to actually a local company that does this type of stuff. So we're definitely still looking at those options as well.
Perfect. Pat?
Does Brazeau County have their own landfill, or are they using this?
They use ours. But they
Interesting.
do have a different fee. So their fee is higher than our residents' fee. But yes, it is open to, I believe, Brazeau County and Parkland County. I believe they do use it as well.
And I'm just thinking that, out at the farm, for example, there is a bin that GFL or somebody picks up. Is that fact, like, they must be bringing it here?
Yes, they do, but they have to show us where it's coming from.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
that extra fee is charged there, okay.
Okay, wonderful. No more questions? We'll move along. Next is the 54th Avenue south of 50th Rehabilitation.
Okay, good morning, Council. Yes, this is one of those proactive road repairs that we talked about in our asset management report, in that this section of road is now, if you scroll down actually a little bit on that, you can see here that the amount of crack sealing that's required for that section of road. But, which was,
Could you tell us a little bit where this is approximately?
okay, so roll back up. Okay, so at the top end of that photograph is 50th Avenue, and then that's 54 Street, and it's coming down to the four-way stop where you would turn left and go into the back entrance to the Omniplex.
So it starts at the corner by Dairy Queen?
No.
Oh, the thrift store in
Yes,
town?
the thrift store. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, gotcha, yeah.
Yeah. And so, and if you, for that section then that carries on to the funeral home, there are sections in there that do require a full repair, just in that lower section. So we prioritize this one because it's not at the point where it needs that full repair. There's roughly, I think I wrote down, yeah, it's 545 meters total length. But road sections like that are done in square meters, so there's 7,000 square meters of road to be done there. The price, last year's price, which is in my head, is $61 per meter, as opposed to $205 per meter for a full reconstruct. So that's why we want to do this proactively. In this ask of, I think it's $621,000, that does not include sidewalks that are adjacent to this road. We typically don't do sidewalks when it's just a mill and pave. The sidewalk sections here then get prioritized under the sidewalk replacement program, so it's just in a different program, so that's why it's not included in this. And that section of sidewalk isn't currently in our priority list within the sidewalks. We do also, anytime we touch a road, look at any adjacent or underground utilities to make sure that we're not, repairing a road and in 5 years from now dig it up again to do the underground utilities. The main one in this case is a water line that follows that, but that's a 1972 water line. So it's got another 36 years of life to it. So so there won't be any issues with, barring unforeseen circumstances, that we'll need to open this road up until, and then it's most likely when this road is due for a full reconstruct, that'll happen at the same time that we do that water line some 30 years from now.
Perfect.
Within the budget, we do allow, there's, I can't remember how many, I think there's a half a dozen manholes and then another 9 or 10 catch basins. And we do allow within the budget to re-level and do minor repairs for those. And also all the line painting that's required to be replaced after we redo the pavement.
And just to highlight, the main thing that we're trying to say here is that this is not the worst condition road. However, if we do this one now, the cost of the other ones are not, they're not gonna get worse. We have to do what we have to do with those. But if we do this one now, we're gonna save a lot of money. If we did it in the other order where we did 43rd and this other section first, then by the time we got to this, we may have to do a full reconstruct and then it's a lot more expensive. So just to make sure everyone understands why we would pick a road that isn't in the worst condition in our rating.
So I feel like we've done the four-way section because I remember that the manhole cover was a lot higher or lower. So what did we do? Did we do an overlay just at the intersection a few years ago?
We just removed the manhole that was there because it had heaved, so it had sunk. It was quite the dip there.
Oh, is that
And we just
what-
re-leveled in that one spot. It was just a patch repair,
Oh, just a patch repair at that intersection?
not a full
Okay.
intersection repair. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Ryan?
And it doesn't include the cul-de-sac or whatever around that mailbox?
No, it's in, let's say, reasonable condition.
Colin? Cody, go ahead.
Trying to think of another thing I've heard RFK say. I don't think that it's appropriate in this particular case, but I was wondering, does the town do any amount of microsurfacing? So it's a, I don't know if you know what it is, but it's a product that the county's been using. It just goes over top of paved surfaces, and it helps extend the life at a cheaper cost. I don't know if it would be appropriate within the town because of the curb and gutter system, but I was wondering if it's even on you guys' radar.
We have discussed it before. I haven't actually discussed it with Colin, but I have discussed it with the previous public works manager. We know also not only the county, but there, you know, a lot of the counties, like I know I didn't physically go look, but there was a report on some sections that were done in Strathcona County also. But it's typically something more of a rural application than an in-town application. You do end up with a fairly rough surface after it's done because of essentially it's like a chip seal kind of thing.
I found that generally the microsurfacing kept whatever was underneath would telescope through to the top side. So if your bottom surface was fairly smooth, it would be fairly smooth on top. But the county was doing it on top of a chip seal, and that telescoped through, and that was pretty rough. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It is difficult in a municipal setting just because of the manholes, the catch basins, the main valves, everything that's in the roadway. And when you cover that, you're coating the whole road, so you're covering all of those things, and then it makes accessibility for us very difficult. So generally speaking, in a municipal setting, it is more likely to go with a mill and overlay than that type of strategy.
Colin?
So what are we, maybe you said it and I didn't hear it, but what are we looking at in terms of life extension on this road by doing the mill and pave?
It gives us another 20 years.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah, my other thing was just, around that corner, I can see it now. Well, they did this, why didn't they do that? And I think when we put the communications out for this stuff, we should always make sure that this is why we're doing this and why we're not doing that. And just to make people aware that, this isn't just the town throwing darts and picking roads. Because, I mean, this is obviously, there's a reason why we're doing this. So, yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a comment that on the capital plan, I mean, we can put the communication out. I agree with that 100%. Anyone that really cares about what the future is, they can look at the capital plan and see that other section on there in 2 years, but that kind of backs up what we're going to say in the post. And if they want to, they can go see, like, yes, it is actually on the capital plan for 2028 to be replaced, that other section. But that's just a comment that it is identified. We only go a few years in advance in terms of identifying actual locations. And then beyond that, it's just a placeholder for roads because it can kind of change. But we do have this section for 2026, 43rd for 2027, and the next section of this road for 2028.
And this is funded through grants?
Yes, this is funded by LGFF.
Perfect. Good, okay, wonderful, thank you very much. And last on the capital projects is the arena upgrades. Would you like to have a quick break before can we go through this one? Just grab some if you want to. We'll do this last one and then we'll have a quick break. If you want to grab water, you can, or I can grab it for you. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you. So basically, we're talking about the arenas upgrade. Handrails in those bleachers are currently not existing. And of course, we can say that's grandfathered in, so there's no order to do this, but it's the best practice to do that because newer facilities will have this, of course, automatically for accessibility. So the project is basically to eliminate the risk of injuries. If we talk about injuries, we had one a couple of years ago, but we don't get, let's say, on a daily basis, of course, reports of near misses or people having trouble going down, but we know, of course, the experience. So we reached out to a welding company in town, reached out to the other, let's say, user groups, of course, and see what the feedback on them is, and they say, yes, this would be an addition that would be good for the facility. It doesn't reduce any seating capacity, but it enhances the experience in our facility. So doing it in both facilities is a quote of $23,000. We did submit it to the Brusau County as well. We don't know the outcome, of course, of cost sharing over there, but regardless, we would recommend to do this project this year, based, of course, on the fact that if you postpone this for a longer period of time, it's getting more expensive. It's material and it's labor that will be more expensive in the future.
Perfect, thank you for that. Any questions? I'm going to go to Ryan and then Pat.
So these railings, they go in the middle of the steps then?
That's correct. So they will go in the middle of the steps going downwards. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few people even at the Thunder games struggling to, but as soon as you, yeah.
Pat?
Just want to say that my age group very much supports this project.
Farrell?
Do you expect it to impede the view at all?
No, those rails will be lower than, let's say, viewing. So basically, it doesn't impact viewing at all.
Okay, thank you.
Colin?
So with the new Thunder agreement, I think we chatted about $10,000 payable by them that would be injected back into the arena, and let's call it the NBA specifically. Is that forming part of this operating fund?
So this is not part of that. Yes, we have that agreement, of course, with them based on the naming sponsorship. So if we ever have a project that we enhance based on the Thunder request, so in this case, I could say if they we come together and say, yeah, let's put the logo in metal into those railings, so it becomes more expensive, then we will tap into that agreement and utilize that. For this year, that agreement, let's say amount, that money, is basically already, of course, spent in the naming changes, the outside billboards, let's say, plus the platform that we have. So we will, on a yearly basis, talk to each other. What are the enhancements? What are the needs? And if it's really an enhancement that, of course, is part of their wishes as well, then we tap into that agreement.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very much. And that wraps up our list of capital projects. We'll take a brief break and then we'll come back and discuss them. And I believe that there's an addition to discuss as well.
Sounds good.
We just went through the capital project list, and I'd like to add an addition for discussion this morning, and that is for a sports dome. The previous council went and done a tour in Edmonton to have a look at it, and the Minister of Tourism and Sports is requesting a meeting in December for further discussion and what the dome would cost and the project and everything like that. So I'm going to bring it to this table for consideration. I believe that there is a timeline on a possible grant that could be attached to this, so we'll receive a little bit more information for our December meeting, but we'll have to consider it if there is something that we're going to be wanting to talk about in 2026. So who would like to lead this or start this? How should we go about this, Ms. Whaley?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. Yes, the dome was brought up to previous council by a member of the public and has just been sort of bounced around as an idea. I know that previous council went to see one that had just been built in or erected, I'm not sure how you describe a dome, sorry, in Edmonton. And there is the possibility of some sort of, forgive me, Councillor Clark, I'm going to get this wrong, microgeneration? Micro cogen that could be attached to it. Administration does not have a lot of background information on this, as it was not a project administration was going to bring forward. So this would have to be a council-driven initiative. We will happily do any research you would like us to do and find locations and work with whomever you direct us to do.
Wonderful, thank you. And I think it's not on our capital project list, but I think that we need to have a discussion. It's sounding like there could be the potential for a grant coming from the provincial government. And then if there was a grant, then there would be cost sharing with Brazeau County. I do believe that they may be discussing it at their budget deliberations as well. So it's here as only a placeholder, excuse me, as discussion, because there would be, without knowing the cost, there could be a potential for a debenture and a tax increase and all sorts of things. So how would you recommend, Ms. Thompson, that we should go about, if we don't have a lot of information, if we're talking about budget, and this is something, because we'd need to have community engagement, we need to speak to the users in the community, we'd need to probably have our master rec plan completed, as well as have a conversation with Minister Bachenko as well as Brazeau County. So how would you consider that we kind of put this as a placeholder in a sense?
Thank you for that question. So what I would recommend then is to place it on the budget, but contingent on grant funds. That way that it doesn't even become a question if the grants aren't there. And then you can also place other contingencies on it. As like that one project, we can place other contingencies on it, such as wait for approval, the study to be approved, or something like that. Like have something
Community
concrete
feedback or community consultation.
that's brought forward, and then so we can put it in the budget now, contingent on grants. So that'd be the financial piece, and then the additional piece of should we do it, and does council really want to proceed? We just don't have that information, but we know that we have to have something there for even the possibility of the grant. So that's what I would recommend is, first of all, have it be contingent on the grant, of course, and then have an extra contingency on once a XYZ is completed, it'll be brought back to council for approval, and then it will kickstart the project. Unfortunately, the timing could be hard depending on, like I'd imagine procurement is going to be different, because I don't think that there's a lot of options for people that do this type of work. So potentially that might be okay, but we still have to have the right timelines in place for procurement for the public to see. So that's what I would do. So for now, we can move forward with it. And as we kind of discussed, we're putting money aside for the ice plant replacement right now into reserves, and that money could be used for a different recreation project and then borrow for the ice plant instead, because the ice plant will have savings of energy savings that could then cover the cost of the debenture on our side anyways. Obviously, it wouldn't cover the 50% from the county. We'd have to take that out, obviously,
Yeah.
because they don't cover our debenture costs. But that way we could manage the savings with the offset in the debenture, whereas right off the get-go, we're not sure what type of expenses the dome will have, and that's part of why we need to do further work, because it's more than just the capital needs right now. It's also about future ongoing operating needs. And that, I did have the privilege to go see that dome with council, and if this dome that we saw is, I believe, the first of its kind in Edmonton for sure. I don't know.
I thought it was
And
in
so-
Canada because
Potentially in Canada, I just can't remember. Yeah. And so with the plants that they use, it's supposed to be much cheaper to operate than what all the other domes are because of the material and the design. Previously, it's been quite expensive to heat and power it. But what they're saying is that these new machines that they have in place, air handling units, I don't know, is that what they're called? I don't know.
it was
Anyways.
significantly quieter
And it's quieter and more energy efficient, and also, yes, Jocelyn's right, it's better insulated. And so for all those reasons, we optimistically think that it will be cheaper to run than previous domes have been. So that previously, the benefit of a dome has been the reduced capital cost. It's so much cheaper to build than a building, but then it's a little bit more expensive to operate. But this one is supposed to be also cheaper to operate because of its lowered cost. So if what we've seen so far is true, and of course we have to do more work on it, then we can expect it to be fairly cheap to operate is the hope.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, for me, I think something like this is interesting, and it would be, I think, important to have community feedback and consultation to see how the community feels about a facility like this in our community. However, it does sound like there could be the potential of a grant available, and there might be a timeline. So that's, I think, where I need to get clear answers from the ministry to say, okay, what is the timeframe? Our pool took 12 years to build. Like, can we take 2 years or something for this project? Can you kind of put that grant in, or do you have to spend it right away? Or is it matching? How does it all work? So I think we have a lot of questions still around this project, but I think if we can maybe, like Ms. Thompson had said, have it as a placeholder, put some contingencies around it, the grant funding, the community consultation, et cetera, then that gives us some time to maybe get some of those questions answered, to have a meeting with the county, Parkland County as well. There'd be a small contribution there, and then to see if a project like this could move forward. Does anybody else have any comments? Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I haven't seen it. I saw the photos and such. I think it's a great idea. But again, we need more information, right? So we need to know what it's gonna cost, what the operation costs are, like Elvira was mentioning. And if we do decide to proceed, I think it would be like a community committee that we would appoint. So members of the public, and we would need to reach out to all the user groups that would be able to use it, right? Potentially, it could be benefit the community massively, but yeah, definitely want more information. I do know that we do have a meeting with Minister Boychenko already booked, so key topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other comments, questions, Farrell?
Sorry, what activities are in the one in Edmonton?
So tennis and pickleball.
Tennis and pickleball.
But you can design it, and that's where we would need to know, that's where the user groups and community consultation would be very important, because then we would know what goes in it. Like if you wanted to have indoor soccer, pickleball, tennis.
Just change the specs or
To
whatever?
change the floor plan, and then that would also change the size potentially and the cost, right? So there's so many questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else, Colin? I'll go Colin, then Pat.
The one thing I would say too is it's not just grant funding, it's also Brazeau County participation. But yeah, I think it should be a community-led thing in parallel with council and the town. And you know, and then you can kind of get those people to the table and they can have their input. And, you know, if we can get an idea of what people's appetite is, and we can see what needs to go in, and then from their costing, right? So, you know, I would, I mean, in terms of timelines, I'm curious to see if, you know, would a January to March be enough time to, you know, consult with those groups, have enough thought put into it, and, you know, by that time, you'd be through the coldest months of the winter and understand what the, you know, the Edmonton equivalent would be doing in terms of operating costs, right? And that should give you a very clear picture of actual costs or worst case scenario costs. So from an operational perspective. So anyway, some thoughts, and I agree. I feel like it should be a community-led sort of thing.
Are they operational right now, and will they be operational through the winter? Yeah, okay. And this might be a Farrell or a Hans question. So a similar thing happened with the new aquatic center where a subcommittee was formed and then they led the, you know, kind of drove it forward. How was that put together? Was that something the town coordinated or facilitated getting those, that subcommittee together? Do you know the history of that, Hans?
They did, yeah. So it did start as just a community group, but once there was enough drive and behind it, then the town took it on as a town-led project because they need to have the admin and the input and the involvement. Yeah, if the community wanted a 7-story water slide, like it's just not feasible. So, but it was still a community group. The majority was community-based on the group with admin support, so. And the director, yeah.
Okay, anything additional, Hans, that you can think of?
Thank you. So basically, the initiative, of course, like it was already said, community-driven. The big part, of course, of the community group that continued was fundraising. So when the parameters and the goalposts are set, of course, by council and all the decisions with that, the funding was, of course, a portion still driven by making sure that there was as much fundraising. That was still community-driven, of course, with the committee. It is a big thing that has to be sorted out, of course, as a council, as a municipal-driven initiative, and all the components have been set already. It's the operational costs over time. It's how that's going to fit in with our organization, of course. So there's a lot to figure out at, let's say, this table and administration and between council. And of course, community is involved with a, let's say, championship. We call it always a champion committee, which then gets the question, okay, are you ready to help fundraise as well?
Perfect, thank you for that. Okay, any other comments or questions on this? Go ahead, Pat. Oh, did I miss you? I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right, because I'm just going to repeat, I think, lots of what's been said. I absolutely would support pursuing a project like this. I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And so the question, I think Colin mentioned the timeline concept. It just is really important that we identify exactly what are we limited in terms of time, or can we do this over a period of time and still move ahead? So those are the big ones. I think it's also an opportunity for us to join together with different community groups. And when we start talking about fundraising and involvement, I think there are several that would probably love to be part of something like this.
Absolutely. Okay, wonderful. Well, so we have that addition on here. That wraps up capital project list. Do you want us to kind of go through them and give a tentative yay or nay and before we move on?
Yeah, let's do that. That would be great.
Perfect. So we've been presented the details in the background on each of these projects. First up is the traffic lights replacement program. This is for $186,013, and this is funded by grants. So this is we're into the third year of this program. Farrell?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, with these projects, they're already in the budget then?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
So this one, yay or nays? Yep, okay, we're going to keep this one in, yep. It's grant funded, okay, I'm just going to put tentative yay or nay. Next up is the main valve replacement program. My suggestion was to knock it down to the 200,000 from the 250, complete the ones that we have this year, and then move into an additional 10 next year. Go ahead, Colin.
Shelley, you had mentioned that potentially that was just a typo. Or was there sort of any sort, like, inflation or something like that applied, or, okay. Okay, and then one other question on that. So when the valves are replaced and they're taken out, what's done with them? We just throw them in the garbage, or is there an opportunity for refurbishment? No? Okay. Toast. Okay.
Okay, 200,000, again, this is on the second or third year for this program as well. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I guess the other question, so I know we had 10 slated for this year. Is it 10 every fall that we intend to do, or can we do an additional 10 in the spring of 2026 and then follow up in the fall of 2026, or how does that work?
Thank you for the question. Generally, we do it in the fall when it's a little bit slower. Everything else is happening construction-wise, so we tend to try to do it so we can manage it a little bit better in the fall.
This is a tentative, yeah? Okay. Next up, roof replacement, Reservoir 2. This is for 86,000. Any comments? Good, keep it in. Okay. So yes. Next is the sidewalk program. This is something that is ongoing. We were shown maps of the areas that the sidewalks need to be repaired. Yep. And that's grants as well. Yep. Thanks, Ryan. That is grants. Yep. Okay, perfect. And then next up is common service mobile equipment. And is that total 394 for all three? Yeah, and then that would be grant funded as well. So that's a yes. Go ahead.
Just what grant is that coming out of?
LGFF.
Okay.
Any questions here? For the equipment, or do we want to break it down into each? Go ahead, Colin.
So this is, like we talked about earlier, this is kind of worst case scenario if we're going with the, top of the line at that,
Yeah, and I would comment on that too, if we could look at an auction for new, I'm not saying used, but, just kind of looking up that there was, a few excavators, mini excavators on Alberta auction, and if that's something that we can potentially get and save some money here, or even for something like the equipment trailer, where you're not looking at hours or too much wear and tear opposed to a actual vehicle. Brandon, did you have a comment or question as well?
Well, just in regards to shopping used, would grants cover a used unit, or would we still have to, or would we have to pay for that ourselves?
They'd cover it.
They do cover that? Interesting. Okay.
Okay, is that, we're good with this in here? Yep, okay. Next up is the landfill cell design. This is coming from reserves, 160,000. This is very important to keep on here. Okay, and then we have the 54th South of 50th Street rehabilitation. That is for the 621. Again, that's coming from LGFF. That is grants. Is everyone okay with keeping this in here? Okay, perfect. Sorry, what was that? And then next we have arena upgrades. So arena upgrades, this is for 23,000. This is for the rails. Ryan?
So at 23,000, I know and there was a mention of cost sharing. Is that so if county does cost share, is the 23,000 our cost, or it would be 11,500?
Yeah, I did not include a cost share amount in here because we did not get confirmation.
Okay.
And just given the nature of this project, we still wanted to push it through to council. So it would be, our share would be less than that.
And they
hopefully half.
And potentially, they probably would share with us.
I don't see why not.
Yeah,
They've been
it's a big
very
safety.
good at cost sharing recreation capital items in the past. So I have no reason to believe they wouldn't, but it's hard to guarantee it and then it not happen when they do the budget same week as us, right?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely in favor of it either way. I was just curious.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then we have the sports dome, which will be a placeholder on there contingent on quite a few questions and details and things like that. Okay, so that leaves us at, we've
So
taken
we're
off
gonna
the
move into the
50,000.
capital plan. Oh, yeah, so
Yeah, did you
the
took-
whole,
Yeah, the 200, or the 50,000 off of the main valve replacement.
Oh, okay.
Did you remove that, Elvira?
nope, I have not.
Yeah, just that one. And then we will move along. Sorry? Yeah, I know, right? We have 50,000 there. But then we added a dome, so
Yeah,
as a placeholder. So we'll move on to the capital plan next?
yes.
Okay, perfect.
So I just wanted to make a comment that because the list is so short, it means that our CAO and our GMs did a lot of work to scrub it down. So in a lot of years, we've brought a lot of projects to council, and it's been really tough to weed through and eliminate things. But this year, as we said when we started budget, is we wanted to make sure that we were focusing on mostly critical things that we've determined as high priority. And so I don't want council to think that there was nothing else we could have spent money on. There was lots of other things, great ideas and other semi-important things, but we did want to make sure that we give council the chance to, to have a budget experience where we're focusing on critical infrastructure. So
Thank you very
that's
much.
just a comment.
And I appreciate all the hard work and the scrubbing and
Yeah.
the digging deep to present a budget like this. I know it's not easy. There's a lot of projects that your department was hoping to bring forward and have done this year, so I appreciate all the hard work. And then also, will we have an opportunity, I guess, to look at that 10-year?
Yeah, so that's what we're moving into now is the capital plan. Wow, okay. So I just want to make a couple comments before. So you heard Ken Froese bring forward a capital or an asset management plan. And we have not added information from the asset management plan in here to its fullest extent because we were still working on that information, and we want to make sure that we brought it to council and that it actually had a place in the 10-year capital plan. And so just keep that in mind when we're looking at this. So there might be more projects in the next year that get added to the 10-year capital plan based on our asset management plan and what that is telling us. We had previously, we had removed a few very, very big ticket items that in the past had been put on. And due to changes in legislation or other ways of doing things like, Shelley? Sewer lining. We had removed a few that were like $20 million projects over the next few years because it's just realistically not going to happen and doesn't need to happen. So we've went through in fair detail, but I just want to make a comment that next year we will be adding some more projects in, keep in mind. So I don't know that I would go over it line by line, but to make a note that every year we have certain programs that we're placeholding. But let's look at least let's look at 27. So we have 710,000 in there because we know that a master plan's coming forward next year. And we know that council's doing strategic planning next year. So we want to make sure we don't know what it is that we're going to spend that money on exactly, but we are fairly certain that it'll direct some sort of action. And so we wanted to make sure to have something in there for next year. So that's what that top one is in 2027. And then, of course, we've talked about the 43rd Street rehabilitation that is in there. That's going to be by far our biggest item next year. And then, as we had talked about, we have trails. So we used to have a sidewalks and trails program. And I believe we used to put 300 was the placeholder. Now we've separated them out. And so we have 200 1 year for trails every other year for trails, I believe. Nope, we have it every year. And sidewalks is 300,000. And the other big item that we already talked about, well, two items that we already discussed, is the traffic lights. So next year will be the third and final year of the traffic light replacement program. And then the construction of that landfill cell that we're designing in 2026. And then the arena upgrades, it's a placeholder as well, knowing full well it's an old building that it will need capital upgrades. So we put a placeholder in. This year, we're only spending 23, even though previously we had put 100 in to the plan. The community sustainability plan review, I haven't talked to Jocelyn in detail about this one. It's been on there since I started. May or may not actually be done. And common services mobile equipment, we always plan for between 300,000 and 400,000 every single year to make sure, because we know with the amount of equipment we own, the dollar value of it, we know that every year we have to replace something. If we put something off, then it just adds to that burden the next year. And then the big one that we're now talking about is the ice plant. And I believe potentially that we have better estimate of how much it's going to be, but we have a meeting on Monday and we'll have more information, but that's the other big project for. So as you can see, next year, as it's looking right now, is going to be a lot heftier of a year. And
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
For next year? So last year we approved $200,000 for the CETC landscaping. That's been kind of ongoing for quite a long time, and we approved to do it in phases.
Yeah.
So I'm not seeing it on here.
I don't recall, it was approved in last year's budget.
Yes.
It's not going to be on here. Nothing approved is on here. This is just projected.
Oh, this is just
Yeah.
projected, okay.
I don't know, I'd have to get Shelley to speak to it, but
Shelley's ready.
given, I think that we weren't sure the direction with the CETC, if it changed entirely the use of it, if the investment was still something council was wanting. So it's still there, nothing's happened to that money, but I think it might.
I think the concern was we've had that pile of dirt there for 10 years, and we're hosting weddings and events and schools and everything else, and as you drive down, that's why we had been presented the phase of planting some shrubs, leveling and everything, and we decided to break it up in 3 years.
Yeah, correct. Through the chair, we did do the leveling this year, so I don't know if you've been over there recently. If you look to the north of the building, it looks a lot better. We wanted to try to do more with less, so we went for the 2 billion tree grant. We're just waiting because we're not sure if the federal government has, I know they've gotten rid of it, but I don't know if they're going to honor the recent applications that were submitted. So we're still waiting to hear whether or not we were successful on a grant to do that, and 50 Ave, because we did have landscaping where the mulching had happened as well. So we're just waiting to hear confirmation on the 2 billion tree grant. We're just trying to see if we could utilize more of that money to do more, to try to get through a couple of those phases.
Okay, so if the grant were not successful, we'll still carry forward with the design that was proposed for the 200,000?
Yes, we'll do what we can with that.
Okay, Farrell?
Just need clarification. Are you thinking it was $200,000 like as just a one-time, and that's what you're spending over the next 3 years? Or you were thinking 200,000?
Something like 500,000
Yeah.
or 600,000.
Yeah.
It's a full design.
Okay.
Send it to you.
Okay, so, but that's what you're saying, like ultimately, there would have been another cost in here and then for this year and the next year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We were just holding off just to see if we could get that grant. So we didn't propose it this year again, just because we didn't finish last year's.
Thank you.
Just the other thing I wanted to note is that of all these projects, we have the landfill that's reserve funded and 43rd that will have some contribution via reserves, and the ice plant as well, we're putting into reserves. So most of the grants are being used on the 43rd Street project, meaning we have all these that are just being funded by, essentially, it is a form of a reserve, but essentially our unrestricted surplus. And so what I always tell council every year is that we put $1 million in, and if we don't check this, our operating that we're using, our capital we're using from the operating reserve, then we're still going backwards in our total reserve. So we always have to watch that. So this year, it's not as much, but that's just something to keep in mind. But then in the year after, we don't have a lot projected. So then going forward, most of them are recurring programs that are slotted in, with the exception of we have, Tom always does a 10-year plan, fire truck replacement plan. So we have fire trucks in there, and we have a sanitary trunk upgrades in there in 2029. And then, because we don't know what's going on and when we're gonna replace Fire Hall, Civic Center, RCMP stations and all that, the like, it's prudent to have something in there, because we know at some point it's gonna become something that we have to spend money on, which is what we have now for 2029. And then into 2030 down, we have mostly just big sanitary and water upgrades slated in. And then for 2034 is where we have an RCMP station. We know we're not going to be able to build an RCMP station for 10 million now. We do have inflation, of course, as well budgeted for, but years ago, we put 10 million in, and it's not going anywhere. We haven't had any concrete information to say when we're going to do it and how much it's going to be, but at least there's something in there to hold a place and to tell us potentially where we're going to have to borrow money on or apply for grants and such. And then at the end there, 2035, we have arena replacement as well. So that's a 10-year capital plan. We know some of this will be changing, but we use the best information we have to project this, just so that we can do long-term planning the best as we can. And the hard part is that most likely, hopefully, we have consistent LGFF funding throughout. But then the question becomes, do we rely on it? Do we budget on it or not? And so there are projects here which we know we just would not do without a grant. In those situations, we do put grant funding in, because we know that if we didn't get the grant, then it just simply wouldn't happen. And so there are situations where, of course, we budget grants in, but it's important to remember that there are areas where going forward, there might be other grants that we can get, but we just we can't bank on it necessarily. So that's okay. So that's the 10-year capital summary. And this is, I'm not going to go into too much detail on it. I don't think that it's necessarily something council will be super interested in, but essentially what this is it's projecting what we're going to be bringing in at the top in operating surplus, and that's based on a 3% tax rate increase every year and a 2.5% inflation, meaning that we're increasing by 0.5% what we can contribute to reserves is what we're doing here. So at the top, and then we have anything we're putting in reserves, the second line, and then debt payment in the third, and we go through and we just project out what our reserves are going to do and what our borrowing is going to do. So we have a minimum suggested reserve balance of 5 million, but I do want to bring a document forward to council to update that. I don't think that's sufficient, and it just isn't, but that's what we have right now. And so if there is a situation in which our projects extend beyond what our reserves are, then what we're doing instead is it's calculating that we borrow instead of dipping below the reserves. And so then it's auto-calculating what that would cost us in debt payments. And then at the bottom, this is the important number here, is our debt limits. So right now we have an internally restricted limit of 65%. And we can borrow beyond that, but we don't want to. We should have a restriction internally to make sure that we don't, that we have limit available in case something extraordinary happens that we just cannot plan for.
Maybe just before you move along.
Sure.
I'll just ask anyone if they have any questions over the projects over the 10 years. Anything there? Or now how
Awesome. So the next sheet here is our reserve transactions for, oh, wrong button. This is our reserve transactions for 2026 budgeted. So just one thing to note that the opening balance here, or yes, the 2026 opening balance is an estimate because we do not know where 2025 will end exactly. So it's an estimate based on our budget. And so we are expecting to start 2026 with 12.1 million in reserves. And based on our contributions and withdrawals, we should be at 12.4 million at the end. So that's going in the right direction. So we're putting into airspace and capital replacement at the landfill, our contributions we're making, and then we're taking 160 for the design of the landfill. And then under the unrestricted reserves, we have 167 going into the recreation for the ice plant replacement, which was made by council motion a few years ago when we knew that it was going to come up. They committed this much every year. And then we have enforcement. This is Travis. So we're budgeting to bring in 45,000 and it's going straight into this reserve. And then we don't budget for the spending of it, but potentially some of that could be spent via direction through the committee to council. And affordable housing, so that's where we've discussed in the past, it's in a negative balance, which is the concern that it's not going in the direction we want, but we're not projecting to pull any more from it. In fact, we would hope to put some money back is what we're budgeting, but in the past few years, that's not happened, so I have not recorded it here to be going into reserves. Education, so there's 104,000 right now in it. We're projecting to spend 60,000 on tuition bursary, assistance bursary. Next year, and that will leave the 44,000 remaining to be spent in 2027. Snow and ice, so what we do with snow and ice is that we budget for a certain amount. We go on trends the last so many years, that's what we budget. And then if we have a year where we don't spend it all, we put it in a reserve so that in a year where we unexpectedly go over, we can pull from reserves to try to balance out the tax impact a little bit. So right now we have 217,000 sitting there. And the savings came from 2023. I think we had a really low snow year. And then we used a little bit in 2024. We did go over budget a little bit and pulled a little bit from there. Where we're at.
Go ahead, Carol.
Said, where are we at now for 2025?
We're looking pretty good right now. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. I think we've spent around half, and typically we would have spent more than half by now because the last half of the year we spend less than the first half of the year. Because January, February, March usually are heavier snow periods than October, November, December. And so we're looking to be not have to pull from reserves and maybe put a little back. So that's positive. Of course, I don't know what the weather is going to do, but yes, right now it's looking good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Shelly's mad at me because she thinks I jinxed it now. Oh. Perpetual care is cemetery, so we only put, I don't know, things just fell through the crack, I guess, and we just weren't putting money into reserves like we should have been. It's not very much a year, but it counts. And so the idea is that we know that a cemetery we own, we are going to have to mow that and take care of it for as long as we're a municipality and that cemetery exists. So the idea being that once that cemetery is closed and it's no longer bringing any revenue in, then whatever the reserve is in reserves, the money that reserve earns should be able to take care of that cemetery. That's the idea behind it. And so we collect perpetual care fees when we sell plots. And so that just goes right into the reserve now. So that's, oh my goodness. Capital reserve, so it's just a general capital replacement reserve. We started that specific one in 2022, I believe, and it was at the time based on 1.25% of total taxes, I think. It's not quite that much now because taxes have increased and we just haven't been able to commit that as much. However, we are consistently putting a little bit of money in, And so this, by the end of '26, we're hoping with 2027's allotment that we have enough there that we don't need to borrow on 43rd Street. So we can pull those reserves out for 43rd Street. And so that's really paying off already, and it wasn't huge amounts being transferred. Anything extra, I guess the lesson is that any little reserve transfer in a year accumulated over time makes a huge difference in the year that we actually need that money, right? Capital and operating contingencies, so this is being built back up because we pulled a little bit for the wildfire from it, and so that's why we're contributing some money back, but this will be the final year, we'll have it paid back. And so we have, when some other projects deferrals get recorded against here, but we want this to be $2.5 million, capital and operating contingency reserves combined. The capital fund is projects approved by council that have yet to be completed. So it's money already committed, but we haven't we haven't spent yet, so we put it into a capital fund and it stays there till it's spent. So those are committed funds on very specific projects. And the operating fund is our unrestricted surplus, and I think this council may not be aware, but the reason why it's actually $4 million is because the way our ARO, now I'm trying to think, asset retirement obligations were being recorded, changed in 2023. And so we changed the way we were recording them, and we plopped a bunch of money back into our unrestricted reserves, but now we have to expense, our expenses every year that we have to fund is way higher. So it's a tax impact. So yes, we have a higher reserve there, but it hugely impacted how much taxes we had to raise going forward. And that brings us to the 12 million opening and 12.4 million closing. Any questions there?
Just a couple questions. Are we able to put away utility revenue fees? Where's that?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I added them last minute because we made some changes.
Yeah.
And so I did not put them on here, but yes.
See them there.
Let me just look really quickly on my sheet here.
And same with, when you had presented the financial framework, you talked about, can't remember what it was called, a reserve for inflation, it would be like that.
Yeah.
Rainy day too, what was that called?
Yeah, we haven't done anything this year with it because given the budget pressures, it was not something that we could commit to this year. But that is something that we're gonna look at when we do our 3-year budget next year. I can't remember the exact word for it. I mean, what it is, but the idea being that we put our savings, so our, any surplus that we have over and above what we budgeted for, we put that in a tax, oh my gosh, what was it called? But it essentially a reserve that we'd build up that we could pull from if we had all of a sudden a year that we had unexpected amounts of tax increases to make the budget work. So it just makes sure that it stabilizes tax revenues over time and doesn't have all of a sudden one year we have a peak because we have something unexpected. And so we can put a little money in there and then it allows for more stable tax revenue changes over time. Yes. Yes, it is very much on our radar, is not included in this budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the utility revenue fees.
Yeah, they will be. That's
will
just,
be, okay.
it was something I changed at the last minute before printing this and it didn't get put on this sheet, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions about our reserve transactions? No? Okay, perfect.
And so this is now our projected reserves over the next 3 years. And so I just want to highlight the bottom. So we have 12.1 and then 12.4, like I just mentioned. But this is where it really drops in 2027 because of all those projects that the grant funding isn't changing for all we know. So we have a lot of projects right now that are slated to happen in 2027. Of course, we will go extensively into analyzing those throughout the year to prepare and looking for grants and seeing if they still will be a priority. Some of them for sure will be a priority still, but others may come off, but the best information we have is to say that we are going to be relying a lot more on reserves next year to make sure all the projects that need to happen are happening. And then we go back up. So then I have slated in more reserve transfers as time goes on. And I always do, but just remember that council has to approve those when they happen. So I can project the 3% increases out, but every year that we don't do it, it changes the projections. I can always project it out, but whether we make it to that 11 million here, it entirely depends on what happens with tax revenues and expenses over time. But that's how I have them projected, is that we increase our revenues more than we increase our expenses over the next 10 years because we need to bring our reserves up. So typically, if we were contributing a healthy amount to reserves, we were contributing $2 or $3 million to reserves, then our tax revenues should only increase by what our expenses are increasing by. Because we're needing to increase our reserves, that's a little bit different there, projected out.
Okay, Ryan?
So just a quick question. So the capital fund reserve, you said it's for projects that are already like in progress, but that reserve doesn't go down over 3 years. So what specific would be in that?
Yeah, there's what's called there was a project a few years ago. Let me tell you right now. There was a project a few years ago that we borrowed on, and we didn't recognize the entire debenture, and it needs to be spent on a project exactly like it. And I'll tell you what it is. I just can't remember. It has to do with water sewer. I'm trying to remember what it is. Capital fund, capital fund. Oh my gosh.
I don't want to interrupt.
Today is the day. Oh, it is on a sanitary trunk upgrades. It needs to be spent on sanitary trunk upgrades, and that is slated to happen in 2030. And that is, yes, I had to close one eye because my numbers are so small. $913,000. And so sometimes what happens is council approves something and it either doesn't happen for various reasons. We don't always put that money back into operating, which we can do if that project gets canceled or rescoped by council. But sometimes it's like, okay, it's important. We know we're still gonna have to do it. So instead we leave those funds there. And so that's what's happening, is that we're not expecting to do a project like that till then. So yeah, that's a good point. You're like, okay, well, if the projects are already started, where are they? Why is it remaining the same? But that's why. And so also, sorry, one other thing to note, so at 2025 year end, it will increase because we have so many projects that we've started and that are carrying into 26. So all the projects that we started now and have committed funds, they will all go into that capital fund and wait for them to be spent.
Farrell?
I would just like a list, like a breakdown of what projects are actually specifically in there. So not today. Yeah.
Only like 4, so it's pretty much
Perfect.
that big project, but there's a few other small ones.
Thank
I'll
you.
get you that list.
And then, so for the schedule of reserves, can we add the utility reserves and the inflation reserve on this as well, for the projection?
Yes,
Or in the, like,
the inflation
2027,
one,
28?
I'm not sure, but definitely the utilities will go in there, yeah. So as
Okay.
I update them before it comes back for approval, I'll make sure that they're all in there. And so that this is updated for sure. And it's $180,000.
For utility?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And this year and then next will be with inflation?
Yeah, so next year, actually, they are the utility reserves for, yes, sorry, just trying to see. So in 2028, we're starting to increase those as it stands, but I did not include the 180 from this year. I will include those all and bring those back an updated list.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any other questions on schedule of reserves? No, and then lastly, we have the 10-year financial capacity.
So this graph, the top we have, the green graph is our reserves. balance, and so they're always, other than in 27, they dip a little bit under 10 million, but other than that, they remain over 10 million, which is, I know our internal limit is 5 million, but my comfort level is, right now, is no less than 10 million. So I'd like it not to dip below 10 million. So that is good. It's not horrible. And then here we have in 2029, just trying to see what we have, why we have the Civic Center slated. So that's what that dip is right here. So we'd have to borrow on it. So maybe it's gonna be later, but it's gonna be sometime at some point. This building's not gonna last forever. Maybe it's gonna last for a lot more years, I don't know. But if we have our capital, or our asset management plan that gives us better information, potentially we can move that further out. And so it's, this overall does not look bad, like it's staying within all the limits set internally. But knowing that there are more projects gonna be added once the asset management plan is wrapped up. So we know that there will be more plans, but hopefully it comes with extra provincial funding when we can prove that we're leaders in the asset management world. And with the task, or the advocacy group that the mayor sits on, so that's the hope. So that is all for the capital plan. Any other questions on the long-term planning?
Wonderful, thank you. Any questions? No, maybe we'll just do a brief break and then we'll move on to the fee schedule?
Yes, that would be great, thank you.
Perfect. Wonderful. We will reconvene back into our budget, jumping into the fee schedule now.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, so the first schedule attached, let me see how many pages. From 117 to 125, that's the fee schedule as is going to be posted with anything that changed this year highlighted in blue. Just
Okay,
for
perfect.
reference, you can see the whole fee schedule, what's changing and what's not changing.
So everything in blue will be changed.
Correct, that those rates
Or
changed.
proposed to be changed.
What I didn't do is we didn't highlight where we changed a little bit of wording to make it more clear. We didn't highlight those, but rates changes. So that's the first pages. So I'm gonna flip to page.
And Elvira, sorry, these are proposed? Or
Yes.
these have already been done?
You have to approve it, but we have recognized them it is a part of the budget in terms of rate changes in increasing revenues. So,
So if somebody says, well, I don't think that's fair for the hangar lease, then we can talk about it.
correct.
Okay, just kind of just
Yes.
letting them.
So let's jump to page 126. So you can see there's lots of changes, but lots of areas that are changing, but they're not necessarily in huge amounts. Okay, so for changes, and so these pages, we only have what's changing on here. So at the top, we have the hangar leases, and they were, just the private hangar went from $1.10 per square meter to 125. And the commercial is going from 150 to 175, and the hay is going from $60 an acre to $75 an acre. Now, these have not been changed. I believe the last time we changed it was 2020.
Okay,
And it was a lot, and this is what happens, because when we don't change it for a lot of years, we have to increase it by a lot.
Yes.
But because we increased it by so much, we didn't increase it for a few years to let them settle. And so that's, again, sort of what's happening, even though it's less in percent. And then, so you can see the dollar change and then the percent change in those columns. So you have the current year proposed rates. I'll highlight here.
and this is at the airport.
Yeah, so just in general, how this is set up is this is the current year proposed rates. This is last year, so you can see what we're changing it from. This is the dollar value change and the percent changes. So that's at the airport. We, our CAO and our planner, or our planning admin that takes care of the leases, they came up with this based on comparatives, and so that's what the recommendation is.
Okay, so this is based on comparatives. I'm just trying to find it here now. Oh, it's at the top. So we were 110, now 125. Okay, there we
Yeah.
are. Okay,
Then we move to cemetery, so essentially it just is 2.5% across the board. We just increased it. The only thing I wanted to note here, and we kind of talked about it a little bit, but, or did we talk about it, or am I dreaming? The fact that our columbarium is almost used up.
yes, we did talk about that, so is there,
So right now, it's not being proposed yet, but I know our Assistant Public Works Manager, and so Jen and Colin, our Public Works Managers, are talking about it and pricing things out and starting to come up with a plan. So we should be seeing that either this upcoming budget season or the one following. So we'll definitely be seeing that at some point coming up. I did a quick calculation, and it looks like we definitely made our money out of it from the price that it was and what we set the fees up for that nature, obviously, but it's not a big moneymaker, but it certainly is something that people are leaning towards because it is a lot more affordable than a full burial plot.
and then again, how you came up with the, you just did a 2.5 across, or are we comparable to?
Yes, yeah, we're still comparable. Last year, we did extensive research on what other cemeteries were at, and so then this year, we just did the inflationary increase. So next up is the team auction center, and the top section, it's more than 2.5%, but we make sure that it's always by the nickel, because it's just more clean that way than having $3.11. And so though, when you're talking about really small amounts like this, sometimes the percentages are all out of whack. So that's just the reason why those top ones are not 2.5%, some of them. But other than that, across the Omniplex, Team Auction Center, across the TAC and the pool, it's 2.5%, 2.5%. Let's go to the pool. We do have an exception at the pool, and that has to do with JLC. And so we've kind of changed how the programming works, how they fall into those categories. And so some of those changes are, like the top one is 14% increase, but then the bottom one is a small decrease. And we're just trying to have more clarity around those and make them so that they're affordable still, but it makes more sense to have set up this way. So that's the only exception there as to why that's a different percent increase than the rest of the fees. And that's page 128. And then moving to 129, we have the ball diamonds, 2.5%. Then we move to Public Works, and that's where you can see the giant increases in Alberta road rates. And that's the second section on page 129. So right here. We have, we do have a little asterisk there that says that this is guided. Those are not rates we set, that they're guided by Alberta road rates, but that is where they're at. And I believe, Shelley, can you tell me again why we have those in our fee schedule? We sometimes use that, it's for the snow dump or something, or snow removal, and I just can't remember why we have them in our fee schedule as potential revenue.
So we have a policy set out for snow removal, and within that policy, it says if individuals want to bring snow to our snow dump, that we charge a fee. That is the fee. We're just keeping it consistent with the road builder rates.
Perfect, thank you, Shelley. Anyone have any questions around that? Okay, sounds good. And so next we move into the event spaces. So you'll see there, we changed a little bit there. So last year we had the MCC and the CETC separate event spaces. They weren't back to back. And this year we have created section for events. And then underneath that, we have MCC and CETC as two different event spaces. And we have really worked hard at making them consistent wording, and the rates are different because one obviously is more expensive, to rent than the other, but in how we structure our agreements with people that rent it, weddings or events, when we charge an extra amount, when we don't. So we took a lot out because we had so much detail where it's like, if you want to borrow, I can't remember, like, a flip chart, it's like $2, like literally that much detail we had. And we were never following it because it was way too much work to keep track. And then so we just made sure that the costs, that we're making sure that we're priced correctly and having it more clean. So if you look at last year's fee schedule and this year's, you will see that there are some lines that are removed because of that. It just did not make any sense to have the way we did. And so we corrected those and then made sure that where they should be the same price across, they were the same price across. So that's why you have some weird percentages there as well for extra services to make sure that they were consistent across. But none of these are big charges at all, but yes, that's why those are some weird percentages there. For fire services, I am going to let Tom speak to why. So the special operations apparatus is also based on Alberta transportation rates. So those are increasing by between 4% and 6%. I'm not really too concerned about those, but I guess my question, Tom, would be on why the inspections are going down. Oh, I didn't give him a heads up. The fire inspections?
Why are these going down?
Yeah, from 90 to 80.
Because that was just a typo from previous years. It's always been $80 that we charge, so we just correct that.
Okay, so it's a correction. It's a correction.
Okay.
Okay, because most of our fees are going up, so that was just a clarification. I wanted to make sure that we all know. Thank you, Tom.
So special operations apparatus, we've seen an increase there. This is for regions that are using our equipment?
So when we respond to incidents where we get charged, where the government pays us. So they pay us for vehicle,
Command trucks, engine 5
yeah.
pump truck, et cetera?
Correct, and then we bill them, we invoice them, and then they pay us for that. So that's the main source of revenue outside of the tax base that the fire department has.
So is this the same bill and invoice that we could give to the province when we're first on scene?
Awesome. And then we move on to utilities, which are increasing. So the residential commodity charge is increasing by 4.2%. It's 10 cents from 240 to 250. I think I'll need your help, Shelley, if you want to come up.
Utilities.
So it's page 130, sorry, I'm going quickly, but a lot of them are just.
123?
Sorry?
123?
130.
Well, I'm on 123.
Oh, you're going backwards.
Oh, maybe I'm online here. That's why?
Maybe. So, yeah, so the rates, again, this is all guided by our Corva study. And as we've discussed, we're going down the road of getting updates, which we should see by next year. So we'll have a better explanation for why they are what they are, but that's where these rates are coming from. Can you speak to the rebate and what the fixed charge rebates are?
At some point, we were giving a rebate to certain sized water meters. It's the bigger ones, so it would be more the commercial. I'm not sure the story behind it. However, the Corva study said that we really need to pull that
Phase out.
back. So we're slowly trying to decrease that so that we aren't giving that rebate anymore.
So, yeah, sorry, so we're just phasing out of the fixed charge, the rebates.
Could you just maybe tell council too, what is the different sizes in meter size? Like what's a house, what's a hospital, there's quite a few different sizes
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. From a residential, we're looking generally at a 5/8 water meter, 3/4 inch water line, 5/8 water meter. Commercial goes from 3/4 inch generally up to about 2 inch, with Weyerhaeuser being an exception. I believe they've got a bigger one within there, but,
So what's that in
By
millimeters?
millimeter.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
3/4 inch is a little more messy to write here, so that all the studies always go by millimeters, but we
Yeah.
always speak in
It
inches.
just helps
so-
everybody understand why we have so many meter sizes and what's kind
Yes,
of,
so 15 millimeter, that is your 5/8 water meter, that's generally residential. We do see the 19 millimeter, which is 3/4 inch in some houses, some residential houses. And then from there up, it's, oh gosh,
more commercial?
yeah, more commercial. So
Okay.
you're looking at more heavier users, right? So it'd be, yeah, from your 1 inch all the way up to 6 inch generally.
And what would be an example of our biggest meter size? Like would that be the hospital? Would it be a,
Hospital and Weyerhaeuser.
and Weyerhaeuser? Okay. Farrell, go ahead.
I just want to say, I know when this originally came out, like forever ago, everyone was kind of being charged the same admin fee. And then when the Corva study was done, it was broken into, yeah, people should be paying based on what they're allocated and their distribution. If you're able to get this much water, then you should pay to be able to get that much water, which is why the rates are different based on the size. But going from a $20 a month admin fee up to a $1,900 monthly fee was a big deal. And so that's why there was like the rebates, but they were meant to be phased out eventually. It should be a cost recovery program, which is why we switched it in the first place. So
Yeah.
it's,
It is
That makes
slowly
sense.
being phased out.
Yeah.
It is
We
slowly
are now
being
doing
phased
that.
out.
good.
Thank you,
I knew
Farrell, for
that they had done a rebate for some reason, but I couldn't figure out what the
That
exact
was in
reason, but that
Farrell's-
makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah.
Farrell's term, yeah.
And then for sewer, it's going from $3 to $3.25. And for the commodity charges inside, outside town boundaries, we have them separated. And then from 60 to 65 is the unmetered. And we,
Where do we provide water outside of the town boundaries?
Water, that's all metered. So we would, county, river
Brunswick
ravine.
County, River Ravine?
River Ravine, and then up by Poplar Ridge, in those areas.
Yeah,
It's that, yeah, it's out, yeah.
just helps all the new council too to. Yeah, just behind Aspen View there, and then the county building, Poplar Ridge.
Yes, and then the sewer dumping, so we decreased it, and the reason for it is the Mayor Dodds and Councillor Clark will remember us talking a lot about this and increasing it. We increased it like crazy, and then our revenues decreased like a lot. And so we looked at the last few years and when the rates had been at certain amounts and how our revenue is correlated. And so we're actually going to make more money having it at this rate, so which is why we're proposing to decrease it.
Oh.
Because of the select competition and who's using it. But Shelley can definitely speak more to that.
Yeah, that's exactly it, is when we increased it substantially, everybody left. Nobody's coming to us anymore. They're all going to the county because their rate was $40.
Oh.
So their system is a lot more complicated at the county. However, the users really like using our system because of the simplicity of how they can offload. However, the rate was just too high for them to continue to come to us. So we thought to bring revenues back up a bit for the town, if we decrease it down some, then we can bring those revenues back up.
And who would be the users and where are they going?
So it'd be Windy Ridge, like those types of
Going
companies.
to at the water treatment plant to the discharge, or what do you call those?
The septic sewage.
Septic
receiving
sewage.
Station.
That's what
Yeah,
we're
so
talking
instead
about.
of using ours, they do go to the county more frequent.
Which,
Thank
fun
you.
fact, that's another project that we have 250,000 that's in that capital fund is for the septic sewage. At some
Oh.
point, there's a project and it's still being saved for that, so someday.
Does anybody else have any questions around this? This, yeah, just, I know it's like, that's a lot. Right? Thank you, Shelley.
Shelley, just, don't run away just yet.
Don't go too far.
Then we have Aspen Waste, and so at first I was like, why are we decreasing the sludge by that much? But when we sat down with Sunny, who's our civil engineer, and he runs the landfill, he manages the landfill, he just said that, so when, in previous years when we've set this up, we just copied it from some comparable municipality, but nobody's gonna pay that. That's not a reasonable charge for sludge, and it doesn't cost us that much to take in. So it was just adjusted to be something actually reasonable for the sludge waste. And then we added so clean concrete, asphalt, and clean fill. The clean fill was added, I believe.
No, clean fill was.
Oh,
always
it's opposite. So it's not costing us, so we're doing it for free. And then clean concrete and asphalt's increasing by 10%.
So what we were experiencing with clean fill is we were charging companies to bring it in, and we were using it as an operational need. Companies no longer wanted to bring it to us. So now we are struggling with our daily cover. So our idea was to not have to charge for that so that we can continue our operations without having to pay to bring in fill.
And if you haven't figured out by now, landfills are very interesting operations, and there's not very many of them. So, sorry? Oh. So we're always learning on better ways to do things and figuring things out as we go. And this is one of them, is clean fill that actually is serving our operational needs. So we want people to bring it.
We do have regulatory requirements on what we can receive, so whoever's bringing it still has to sample that soil so that it meets our requirements. Otherwise, it can't be brought to our facility anyway.
So we do have some facility tours that'll be happening for council. Are we planning on doing a landfill as well? That'd be very helpful, I think, to everyone. Yeah, well, we're gonna do it in the spring.
So you can open your window.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't mind right now.
We do have tours set. I mean, we'll talk about it.
Okay, we can chat about it after too. Just, there's a few facilities still missing, fitness center, Omniplex as well too, so we could maybe plan for some of those tours. Go
Good,
ahead, Brian.
thank you, Shelley.
Just on the waste there, so Infinity, I don't see them on, like the garbage pickup, is that maintaining?
That's a,
They charge us, we don't charge
No,
them.
so we charge on our, like, so our fees aren't going, the $19 a month isn't going.
That $19 a month will cover the cost of our collection pickup. That's what that is.
And do those funds come to us and then we submit them to Integrity? Okay.
so we don't, the $19 a month that we charge
Charge.
for waste.
Yes.
It's not on here, is it?
Yes.
Should be on here.
Yeah, on our utility bills, how there's the $19 that was
That wasn't,
allocated.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it's just-
Yes.
We have about 3,000 on that pickup, so that's, yeah. And we have, you said the contract's up for renewal next year with Integrity?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is increased in, like, the cost of those services increased. I can't remember exactly how much, but certainly with, using the CPI index, it's increased over time, right? So,
And it's for recycling too.
Both.
Yeah.
I was just curious if that was still sufficient to cover.
it doesn't, we don't cost recover on that.
That's something we can talk about for sure. We've talked about, because it's been that at 19 for quite a few years, and I know when we first initiated it, that was back quite a few years ago. We were on the lower end, surprisingly, at other municipalities when it came to waste fees. I know it was quite a impact to the residents, but I think once we explained it and broke it down and what it all covers and everything, then the community had a better time of understanding, but we can definitely discuss it.
So just for a little bit of background, in, I believe it was 2019, we started charging the $19 a month to cover some of those costs.
And it was recycling at the time, because we were doing recycling, I believe.
I believe it was bi-weekly
It was
originally.
Yeah,
So
I think
every
we
other
went
week.
back and forth. I think we went weekly, bi-weekly, and then back, yeah.
$19
Now we're
up
at
here.
weekly. Yeah.
Yeah, Colin, do you have a question?
Yeah, this is just a backup to the water. I don't know what I'm seeing here. Like, I don't know if we're increasing or decreasing, and
You had, did you step out
I
when we
did,
talked about it? Oh,
sorry.
okay.
So I see the changes in 25, I see what those mean. I do see there's some changes in
Yes.
26. But I've seen that some go down.
So we're phasing out the rebate. So
Right.
many years ago, there was, the meters weren't being charged different rates, and we had to start charging them different rates. And because of how much of an impact it had, we had a rebate put in place to alleviate some of that, and that is phasing out. So I'm glad that Councillor Wheeler was here, because I knew there was a rebate, but I did not know 100% why it was there. But it is phasing out.
Were you here when Farrell chatted?
I was, yeah. So we should see some increased revenue there just naturally by removing the 20%.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
And so I just brought us back to the page where the $19 charge is on. Just in case council wants to see, it's 124, page 124. And it's on waste collection, the monthly flat rate, $19.
okay, so $19.
So it's at 13.3. So we can definitely look at that and at changing that. It's definitely something that needs to be directed by council. If the goal is cost recovery, then I just need a few minutes to go back and see where we're at currently. I don't have that number off the top of my head. And then I could bring you
Yeah.
a number.
Can we do that we want to do that as a cost recovery, to look at what that number is?
Just at least see it, and then you can
And then
decide.
we can decide, yeah.
Sure.
It
Yeah.
might also be of note that based on the inflation of absolutely everything else these days, with the contract up for renewal next year, it's going to increase no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
So you might want to look at baby stepping
Inflation
this
too,
instead
yeah.
of the uproar that it will cause.
Yeah,
So-
I would highly recommend doing slow amounts at a time as opposed to a big amount. It's always better, but yes, I will do that. at our break, at our next break,
Yeah.
and then I'll bring it back. So let's just finish then the fee schedule. The last page of changes is just
Oh,
the.
sorry, Brandon, did you have a
sorry.
question? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was thinking we could come back to it, but yeah, obviously, just with the thought process of currently right now, if I decided to and I wanted to take my garbage to the dump by myself, not having it picked up, it would be $5, as a minimum for a load. So let's say you do one load a week, that's still $20 a month. So we're obviously undercharging on that. Plus, I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to get in my truck. Don't got to use my fuel, my time, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would say that there's easily an amount there that people are probably willing to pay per load to be picked up. So whether that's $7, $8 a load, I would think that's probably fairly reasonable. So anyway, it's just my thought process.
Sorry, adding like a pickup fee?
No, just increasing it so that instead of, because $19 a month right now is you're about $4.50 every week to pay for it. So I could see it being significantly higher and still being reasonable.
Yeah.
It'd be cheaper you'd pay the same amount
To do it yourself
to
as
do it
opposed
yourself,
to.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Okay,
really
I
make
get what you're
sense.
saying, yeah,
And then
yeah.
you're receiving a service, less, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That is a good point, thank you.
So the last page of changes is the fitness center, and it's just 2.5% all the way across, except for at the bottom, we have a few that are different because of the rounding. But other than that, it's 2.5% across. And we did talk, Heather, Kelsey, Hans and myself, and Connor, when we were going over it. And it's always recommended when they go to their recreation conferences and stuff to make sure that we're considering fees every single year. Doesn't have to be 2.5 necessarily, but not to hold fees for too long. Because the tax center, we did the same thing and we did quite a big increase. I think right coming out of COVID, which was just combined. I mean, people were willing to pay for it because everyone was happy to go back to the rink, but it was still kind of a bad year to be doing it, but we had to do it. So that's why we're making sure that we're being diligent and looking at our fees every single year to make sure that they're keeping up. So that's it for the fee schedule. If there's nothing else for now, if there's no other comments on the fee schedule specifically, then after lunch, we'll go through and do some scenarios and see what council's thinking, how it's going to impact taxpayers, and we'll go from there.
Perfect, thank you for that. Farrell, question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about things that have been removed from the fee schedule, if maybe next time we could have them just at the bottom, like as out, so we can kind of just see what's coming out. There's not a lot, but there's still 6 or 8 things that are removed, and I'm
Yeah.
assuming we're not charging because we're not using them.
Or they're looped into a different fee. Yeah.
It'd just be
It
helpful
was,
for reading.
yeah,
through.
for sure. We can make a note to make sure to do that next time. This is a big year because we did a lot of cleanup. Typically, we don't delete a lot of things out, but yes, definitely.
Okay. Question number 2 is around the safety code. So there's non-residential developments, and it looks like it switched last year from this year to a flat fee. It used to be a square footage fee.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Wheeler, there was fees that had been set somewhat arbitrarily, and then we had a comparison done earlier in 2025, which actually looped in the Edmonton Real Estate Board on their development fees, and they did the comparison of their area of inclusion, and we were a massive amount too high compared to anyone else, which leads to people not wanting to develop here.
For
So
sure.
council made that change earlier in the year. That's not a change that has been proposed by us now. That was done by resolution earlier in the year.
Okay, and then the reason for not changing the principal one underneath it that was the same?
We're speaking to, we're currently in negotiations with the Alberta Safety Codes Association. There is many that will need to be pulled out come March because we are no longer going to be handling the permitting for buildings. We don't have anyone technically accredited in the organization, and so we have to go for, the word I've invented is de-accreditation on those lines. So we've just left them as is for right now because technically we don't have anybody with the qualifications that would be able to speak to it.
Okay, yeah, just want to make sure if we're doing one, we're doing the other. Next one was for the pool fee. There's a price for the combined pass for the CETC PSI.
Post-Secondary Institute.
So what is that?
So that was a perk that we put in last year for students that study at our. For the rural nurses. Yeah, yeah. But they, I believe, I don't know if any of them use it, but it can be used by anyone that's studying on one of our post-secondary institutions here in Drayton Valley.
So typically when you attend post-secondary, you would get a student discount card. So we wanted to make sure that outside of academics, that students in our community that were accessing post-secondary had the same opportunities as they would if they lived in a big city or somewhere else.
Okay. Sounds good. Next question I had was on campgrounds. I'm just wondering when the last time we did a comparison to see where we're at with campgrounds is.
I'm trying to remember if it was last year or not. Hans, do you remember?
Just the fees for the campgrounds, like when the last time we kind of did a comparison
Yeah.
to see where we're at? I don't know, and I'm not recommending
Yeah.
we change them or don't. It's more of a curiosity.
The reason why we did not really approach them this year is because the contract for the management's coming up, and we'll relook at everything campground surrounded, how we're gonna structure an agreement with a new company, if we're gonna have a new company, and fees and stuff like that. So now we take a percent of the revenues that are generated, and it's been kind of complicated
And they
to
pay
try
the
to.
power bill, or?
No.
No. No, of course
Yeah.
they don't pay the power bill.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we can bring that up at another later
yeah,
conversation.
so there's a lot more that goes into that conversation. So we certainly will be looking at it in this upcoming year. It will be looked at. But yes, I'm trying to remember it has been a few years, and I think it might be actually the year this management took over that we looked at adjusting the fees, and then they've kind of remained with this management group, but they will be readdressed next year.
Okay. And then same with the airport, I know with the fees we charge there for the hangar, because they lease them. They are all technically leased, right? Like everything out there is leased.
Yes.
And in
We
terms.
built one? Did we build another one? Or, oh, Cody, can you, yeah.
I don't know where that project went to, but we were doing the electrical for additional hangars to be able to be developed. So that was us doing it, expanding the electrical so that people could come. So they come and build their own hangars. They just lease the land.
So there was a proposal, yeah, I think coming from the committee that there was a need for a new hangar. So I think we put,
That I have an update on. If there's nothing, as far as I know, there's nothing been developed. I've met with the two main gentlemen.
Jerry?
Tom and Jerry. We've discovered some things. So we have got a very small, within the planning budget, there's allocations where we can do surveys and things. We are going to need to do a resurvey at the airport because what's currently existing has no recognition to what is on the previous and actually quite outdated survey. So we will probably move forward with that this year, and then hopefully we can do growth and economic development at the airport from that.
oh, perfect, yeah, because we'd put some money away to do, yeah, and I can't remember, I forgot all about that.
I just wanted to make sure, because I think it's an area where we could grow, but there was things like, if they do have meters out there, or they're just using power and plugging in for whatever they want, who knows? Yeah, things just need to be cost recovery for me. I think it's great, people want to fly airplanes, no problem, but as a taxpayer base, I also don't think it's fair to subsidize if they're plugging their own things in out there, and so I just want to make sure we have a way to at least make it cost recovery.
Yeah, let me just pull up the airport here quickly and see what so the county pays us 68,000. We'll have to reapproach them if the costs exceed that. So previously it was 50% of costs excluding, there was a few costs that they don't want to cost share on, so a few costs are excluded. So 50% of the deficit, excluding a few costs, up to $68,000. And previously, that amount hasn't been, only the last couple of years that it actually maxed out, that they've maxed out. And so it might be time to look at that with them. But so the amount that it's costing the taxpayers would be 75,000 or somewhere in that range.
Yeah, well, I'm paying for like the landing strip in the airport and the
Right,
building itself
yes.
is no problem because we can get other people coming or stuff happening or anyone can use those. But we're just talking about, these are private hangar lots. They're just leasing a space, same as the campground or anything else. I'd expect you to
Yes.
have cost recovery on those spaces, that's all.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Cody?
Thank you. Okay, yeah, that didn't help at all. Oh, man, it sounds terrible. So as far as the pool goes, I was wondering if there would be an appetite from council or maybe some input from administration, whether we wanted to have an adjusted fee for people who are on AISH, people who might have chronic disease or something that, they need to be active somehow, but maybe can't afford the current rates.
So we do have a program, Hans, so a community sports rebate or initiative program. Could you tell us a little bit about that? What's the proper name of it? Fee assistance program that we have, for community members, for our pool and,
Thank you, yes.
Yep.
So that program is called the Recreation Fee Assistance
oh,
Program.
thank you.
It's an amount of money that's reserved in the budget for basically community members that come forward themselves. Financial is, of course, the threshold to come over. Most of those might have been connected, of course, with age or lower income, but it's families and individuals that can utilize that program. We are utilizing that program pretty fast in the year, so we always max out in that sense. But that's the only thing that we have currently in place.
And is there a dollar amount that's allocated to that, Hans?
That is $10,000 part of the budget.
Okay, perfect. Is that kind of what you were thinking, Cody?
More or less. I wondered what we have 10,000 allocated. I wonder what the need in the community is.
And do we know if those are just Drayton Valley community members, or are those Brazeau County that maybe
The need
we
is
could-
20,000.
The need is 20,000? And does,
We were 50% oversubscribed.
does Brazeau County cost share that? Do we know the users?
I think they're town residents.
So we could maybe propose that to the county to cost share, so then we'd open it up for residents and, but I thought a lot of times for the swimming pool, we weren't confident in the numbers coming across, because when you're asking kids where they live, and they just say Drayton Valley, even though they live in River Ravine.
It's based on, generally, the way we would have to monitor things would be based on, or currently we're monitoring things would be based on mailing address. So anybody who has a post office box is going to list Drayton Valley. They can live anywhere. So it's hard to monitor that. Part two, if we're opening it up, if we're already oversubscribed by town residents, if we open it up and cost share 10,000 from the county, then it should be county residents also included. So
I just have some more information. The county does their own fee assistance program to which we invoice them for, is what
Oh, okay.
my
So they do
clerks are
pay?
telling me.
Contribute? Oh, perfect.
So we'll have to look into it a bit more, because I don't know how much or what the parameters are around it, so we'll definitely look into it a bit more. The same? Yeah.
Oh,
So likely
perfect.
10,000 as well, most likely.
Okay, just hang on a minute, everyone's got their hands up here. I'm going to let Cody finish, and then I'll go to Farrell and Colin.
So we have 10,000, ooh, there it goes. We have 10,000 set aside in the Recreation Fee Assistance Program. How far does that go? And what does it accomplish? Like, is it a reduced rate? Is it like the Silver 70s program where people get, like, they don't have to pay anything? Or like, kind of, how does the program actuate?
So the program is as follows. Per household, per person, you can ask for $200 reduction of the cost that you get. So most of them are family passes, and it's $200 per person in that family that most of the time pays just close to what the maximum is, so what they are requiring. Some of them use them for, let's say, the pass. Others, there are, it's possible to put it towards programming, for instance, swimming lessons. So when people apply for it, most of the time, they utilize straight away that $200 per person in their family household. And like it's been said already, we max out in this program already in let's say, in April. So we have an oversubscription. People come after April and the money is already spent out.
And just another thing to add is that there's Jumpstart, and so when we run out of money, we really encourage people to go through Jumpstart. I don't know how much that is a year. Our pool manager was just messaging. So it is, yeah, I don't know what the amounts that they have, but we do encourage people to use that as well. But it's very clear that the need is high, and they have to qualify also. I don't know if Hans mentioned that, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. So Jumpstart has been changed over the years a couple of times as well. Right now, we have a good relationship with Canadian Tire and the management to sort out all of that out. But the funds are not as high in their pockets as well. So they're looking into raising that and work with us to get more funding in there. But there is the potential for individuals to reach out to Jumpstart, Canadian Tire, that program.
Perfect. Thank you, Farrell.
No, I would just ask that the program should probably be brought forward to council at a GMP, so like the actual anniversary program, so we can review it and see where it's at.
Colin?
And I think it was last year or the year before, we also had an agreement, and I don't know if it was a real solid agreement, it was more of kind of a handshake, I think, with the schools. Remember, we had, I think they identified maybe a half dozen, maybe 10 kids with severe physical and cognitive issues. Right. And so I think we just said that, you know, instead of just taking them to the gym, you know, there's opportunity to go to the school, the pool, and I think it was for free.
Yeah, because we had somebody, a teacher aide or a teacher reach out and ask if someone could, and we did create we opened that program up for all the schools, yeah. Do you recall that, Hans? And
yes, that's correct. That's an initiative with Kelsey, our aquatic manager, to get that in place as well. So that's reduced costs or even free cost and organized throughout through the schools.
yes, okay, perfect. So that was additional too. Okay, wonderful. Any other questions? Go ahead, Pat.
I'm assuming from the conversation then, there's $10,000 that's allocated, gone by April, but applicants after that are still, we're still able to help them out,
No.
So,
or no?
no, we are not able to help them out. We help them, of course, getting other funding maybe through Canadian Tire or something like that. But we keep them as paperwork basically in the back of our pocket for a new budget year. So we cannot help them out at that moment because we deplete the $10,000.
So we're oversubscribed for that particular fund that we
Okay, so the
allocate.
$20,000 that was mentioned is the total applications made?
Yeah,
Okay.
is about the request. So we've
Okay.
got about 20,000 of requests coming in, and we only have 10,000
Okay.
allocated to that fund.
Perfect, thank
So
you.
then once we max it out, which is usually in the spring, we encourage then the applicants to go through the Jumpstart program as well. So as Farrell mentioned, maybe we could have that brought forward. We'll get more details. Perfect. Perfect, and we can have another discussion.
Was just around, we had talked about previous years where, you know, instead of having the same people every year, you know, availing of it, that it would give people other opportunities year over year. So it's not the same people every year that are kind of top of the list. And I can't remember where we
New
landed with that,
applicants,
but
yeah.
yeah. So it's just giving everybody an opportunity to avail of it instead of the same people every year, right?
Cody?
Thank you. Well, Kate. So this is good. I was wondering maybe if council wanted to consider just having a different fee, maybe not like here's $200. And I know that's not quite how it is, but just having a different fee in the schedule for, you know, if a person has an H card or something. And then that's just on a going forward basis. They still pay, but a reduced rate. I don't think that would affect the facilities in the sense that they would be taking a loss, but I don't know that. And I'm kind of just talking about the pool right now, but maybe council wants to entertain that idea as well.
So my only comment would be, and maybe this, Hans can help me with this, is when we look at programs like this, there's a confidentiality to it. So I think that's why we didn't have it as a fee where it's, no one knows who's accessing it and things like that. Can you comment a bit more of the process, Hans?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So if we talk about assistance, of course, we have our standards for that already. So people come forward to FCSS when they have, let's say, resource questions. The LICO scale is the scale that we use. The Jumpstart program uses that as well. So people have to come forward for certain assistance and have to give their, let's say, personal information. So yes, there is, of course, that, let's say, privacy thing, but we certainly sort out things and people have to come forward with a certain inability to pay or proof, for instance, if that would be an age or another type of reduction. So we have to do that anyways.
But it's done behind the scenes rather than
Correct.
at the service desk. So it's more discreet for the users that are coming in. Farrell?
Do you know with AISH if they actually do get a card? Like, do they have some kind of identification with it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they get a card. What that card's for specifically, I couldn't tell you, but yeah. So it's something like a benefits card.
I'm just thinking, yeah, in terms of,
What's going through my head is just, they have this card, they
Yes.
show the card.
yes.
You pay
It's
a
the same
different
as if you're a student or a
Right.
senior or anything else. Like, we already have that kind of discounted column if we wanted to add anyone who qualifies under AISH, if they can prove it and they want to, it's up to them, they can get the discount. You don't have to take the senior's discount at the grocery store either, I tell people, but it's up to you, right? So, I'm open to the idea.
Yeah, and I don't know what the, I've never done the program, but I don't know how the recreation fee assistance program, how it actuates, like, I go to the front desk, right? I assume I have to go to the front desk and I still have to show somebody that, you know, I belong here, right? So
An ID, yeah.
I feel like it might not be any less confidential doing it this other way, but something to consider, I guess.
Okay, and we do have our aquatic manager listening in too, so maybe she can, as we have a break over lunch, can think about if this is maybe the way that we could do it is add this as a fee as well. So what we'll do now is we'll break for lunch. We'll come back and we'll go one last time through any questions that we might have about the fee schedule, and then we'll talk about next steps.
Sounds good.
Perfect. going through the fee schedule, and what would you like to do now? Do we have some additions or changes to the fee schedule? I felt that's how we kind of left it.
Yeah, so I did some quick calculations over break, and it's not as simple to calculate the break even for waste pickup as I had expected. Mainly the cost of the garbage coming into the landfill, so I know what we're paying to Integrity. So it will take a little bit more, but if council wishes to adjust that fee, then I think the best thing would be just to do it either by 2.5% or by $1, and go with that, or wait till next year for us to do a better cost estimate and for the contract to be renewed.
Okay, Brian, discussion?
Yeah, my only thing on that is like you guys said, like little steps. So 2.5% is 50 cents, right? So I mean, even if we went up to 20, I'm just thinking like if we're going into a new waste provider in 2027, then that will be taking effect. So I mean, we have no idea what those costs are going to be. So I mean, we should anticipate some sort of increase there.
So, yeah, so what was your calculation, Brandon, at, would be $4 or something you said?
So currently right now, the cost per month I think it's $4.75 is exactly what the cost, so that's per week, sorry. $4.75 per week for pickup. And yeah, if you were to go ahead and deliver yourself to the dump, you'd be paying a minimum $5 fee. So that ends up being $20 a month, probably on average. And I would say that for the most part, if you are including your time, your effort, your fuel, I would think most people are probably comfortable bumping up to $6 or $7 a week in order to pay for waste management, would be my thought process. Just because I know what it would take for me. Now, obviously, I've got 3 kids and a wife that sometimes like to use the garbage a lot, so my usage of it is probably significantly higher than someone who's a single household. So some people might only need 1 load picked up a month as opposed to me who uses it every single week for sure.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would agree that I think that's been quite some time now when you could cross the scales and it'd be $5. I'm usually around 7 or 9 or 11 when we take our household to there. But base fee is 5. Is base still 5 or 6? I thought base was higher now. Yeah, 6. So I mean, even, $24, Yeah, I know, right? Discussion, Farrell, go ahead.
Yeah, I think going up $1 right now would be pertinent, and then we need to just see where the contract comes in at and probably go up another $1 after that point, so.
I think I would lean more towards a couple dollars. Yeah, 2 or 3,
Yeah,
because
if
I
we're
wouldn't want to actually keep increasing it year after year.
Yeah, if we're looking at $3, like there's approximately 3,000 bins that are picked up every week, so, or a month, I guess, sorry. Yeah.
Is it 3,000?
No, there's 3,000 places that we pick up individually from. That's every single week per week. That's every single week.
And that's 3,000 that pay the $19 right now.
No, because it goes on everyone's water bill. How is that it calculated? It's a monthly fee on everyone's water bill. Per resident, yeah. But there's more than 3,000, yeah.
Yeah, so I would be like comfortable with a $2 or $3. I think, maybe eventually we'll be looking at like that 6, but I think in 1 year that's substantial. But yeah, $2 or $3, even $3, up to 22, I would be. Just because we have no idea what the new contract's going to bring in, right? So I just don't want it to be like drastically increased with the new provider.
Yeah.
With inflation, and there's,
With
like, we
inflation.
haven't done anything since we separated it.
2018?
Since
or-
2019, so it's been 6 years.
Yeah, 2019 is when we implemented it? 2018, yeah? Cody, what are you thinking? Well, you can just say, just use your hand, how many dollars? $2? Okay, you're saying $2. Ryan's saying 2 or 3. Pat? 2 or 2 or 3? Colin? 3? I'll say 3. Farrell? Yeah, I would go lower and then go higher after. 2, Brandon?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, my concern is obviously is that, so we do $2 now. We sign this new agreement, we realize, wait a second, they're 14%, 20% higher than what we are currently at, and we're already even probably at $2, still under budget as opposed to what it currently costs. So then all of a sudden, so we do $2 now, next year we're doing $8 in order to catch up. We haven't done any increases since 2019, so it's been 6 years. I'm more comfortable at the $6. It's $6 a month. It's $72 extra a year. I really don't think it's significant. I don't think it's that drastic. Maybe I'm crazy. That's just coming from me, though. I probably am crazy, yes. $6 a month doesn't seem crazy to me, that's all.
First off, I just wanted to tell all the staff that I'm hooked up to the screen, so if you're teamsing me, it will come up, so. So if we'd have increased 2.5 a year, starting in 2019, then we'd be at 2203, I think Connor said, a year. Or, sorry,
I'm
at
sorry,
this
can you
year.
repeat that over here? I'm sorry.
If we'd increased 2.5% year over year, then we would be at $22 in 25. How about? Yeah.
We should be at
yeah,
22.
yeah.
Okay, okay. So I'm getting a couple over here, but I'm kind of leaning towards 3 on this side, so we're going to go with 3.
Okay.
Okay, so 22.
Okay.
I can't hear you. Your whispering's too soft.
2.5.
Okay, so that'll be, yeah.
That's gonna be, I will go calculate to see exactly how many we have, but I'd imagine that's gonna get us another 90,000 in the budget, so we'll use 90,000. That's a conservative estimate, so we'll
Yeah.
use that when we're going to our overview later, when we're playing around with taxes and such, so just to keep in mind. And then we do have one other thing that we forgot to include in the fee schedule, and I will let Ms. Whaley speak to that.
Yes, my apologies, council. This was an oversight. We had meant to add in a drainage inspection fee for new developments, for our civil engineer to go out and inspect them and not just trust the developer's always truthful idea of drainage and what could happen with it. So we'd like to add a fee to the fee schedule of $150 per inspection, including if they have to go back to, it'd be another $150, so.
And what would that be under, Jocelyn? Under,
It would be in the planning fees.
in the planning fees? Okay. And you said 150? Just trying to find what page that is on. Sorry? 118? Okay, 118 planning. Sorry, I have to put it in here now, because if I don't put it in here, then. Any other additions or comments or questions that, on the fee schedule? Farrell, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I should have asked before. I just didn't make myself a big enough note. With the sludge waste, when you talked about it, it makes sense why the rate was going down, but the difference between the town and the county rate is quite substantial. And you'd think that it's still, well, I don't say outside of town boundary rate. You'd think we'd still want it to be closer to the same, no? Yes, I'm on page 124 of 131, just in like the fee schedule itself. Yes, the inside boundary is $5.50, but the outside is $2.25. I just wonder if one of them didn't get changed.
I'm guessing so. Let me check.
But I think there was a reason. It's under what, sorry, what page? So I gotta look at it.
I'm on the paper copy on page 124 of 131. So it's in section of the fee schedule 13.4, Aspen Waste Management Authority.
Okay,
And then it's the sludge waste.
so you're looking at the sludge waste?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that I had a calculation in there and something got messed up. So Connor's gonna look at it right now to see if potentially that's a typo and should be
Oh,
Usually it's more
maybe
expensive for stuff
$7 or
coming from
$6
outside,
something.
yeah.
You're right, yeah.
Thanks for catching that. I totally missed that.
No worries. Okay, that, anything else? No, everything else looks good. There was no concerns or questions from anyone? Okay, perfect.
Awesome. So I updated the schedule of reserves just to show with the $90,000 per water and sewer contributions. And so I just wanted to show council that that's been updated, so it increased this by
I thought it was
180,000. 90 each, 180.
Oh, 90, oh, sorry, yes.
So I just wanted to show that before we moved on. So I have this sheet here where we can kind of play around to see how things will impact the overall increase in the town's revenue. And then I have, this is not, this I'll have to input manually in the tax sheet. But right now, the way it sits, this is what we went over yesterday. Oh, of course I can.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm still,
Still more?
yeah. There we go.
I wish I could get some of this other stuff off the screen, but anyways, okay. So right now, the current increase in tax revenues is 339,928, which is a 2.5%. So I just want to go over everything so everyone knows. So up here, we have operating surplus, debenture payment, and then what's, I don't know why that's doing, this is going backwards, but 921 is what we're putting in reserves. And so I pulled this out just so that you could see the impact on taxes. And so what we're gonna do is if council wishes to include other things that are not currently in the budget, then I'll add them here and then you can see how that changes taxes. So does that make sense?
Yeah, so right now, how you have it at the 2.5?
Yes.
Does this include all the discussions we've had up to this point? or-
Yes.
Oh, it does?
It includes everything but the unfunded that we talked about during
So during operation?
operations. It does
we-
not include those. So
Okay.
this 255,000 is what those,
So let's go back to yesterday's conversation. I just need to go back to that initially. And we can talk about how we have at the top, there's 4 projects that are included and below are the not included. We did some yeses and nos.
yeah.
Maybe what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through the projects that are included in the operation budget first. So we have planning and growth, the education, this is the TAB program, this will be coming from reserves. So that would stay. And then next we have Lions West Park Sports Field Maintenance, 35,500. Any discussion around this? Oh, so this is on page 38. This was the operating project list at the top.
38, yeah.
Yeah, just want to go back. I know that there were some questions a little bit around the Lions West Park Sports Field Maintenance. Maybe could we talk a little bit more about this? And I can't remember what the questions were yesterday. Go ahead, Colin.
I was gonna say, I think the discussion was like, it's a one-time thing. It's not like a yearly project. It would be sort of, do it this year, maybe 3 or 4 years down the road, just to kind of keep the field up to snuff kind of thing. But there were some changes to that equipment purchase as well,
Yes,
right?
so in that equipment purchase, I think it includes a weed sprayer. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah,
So we had a weed spraying project that we had money left over from this year. We purchased that this year, so that can be taken out of the total cost.
and so what was the cost of that?
8,200.
So we would subtract 8,200 from this? 27,380? Okay. So this would be a one-time deal and then we would be good. And what does this have to do with our weed spraying and?
Well, it couples with the weed spraying. So weed spraying is just one aspect of turf management. So you remove the weeds, but then you have to reestablish the grass to grow where the weeds were. So it's top dressing, aerating, those types of things to keep the ball diamonds where they should be.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so as Colin had mentioned, if we take out the 8,200, that leaves us with 27,380 there for the new number. Is everyone okay with that still, or they wanting to take it out? Go ahead, Brandon.
I guess just quite, yeah, so the 27,000, I'm assuming that's mainly what you're bringing in for seed and for topsoil and all that kind of stuff in order to revamp
Yes.
that park? Okay.
Correct.
And all done in-house?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And do you know what land size impact that would be? Like, is it like 4 acres, 5 acres?
Oh, I can't remember. I'd have to pull up the GIS. I can get that for you, just kind of figure out the amount of area.
So what area exactly?
It would be within every ball diamond and the rugby fields.
Okay, by the pool there?
Yeah, West Valley. Pump track area, yeah, as well.
Pump track as well? Okay. Okay, so we'll just leave that there right now. Next up is legislative services, the records management program, 50,000. I guess my question here was, we currently have a records management system online. We're not just using a CCAN. We have where we're storing our records electronically, right? So this would be or a program. So in order to search for something would be you go into the program and you search for it?
It's a numbering system, I believe, is all documents are numbered, and so they get numbers. And so if they want to search for something, they have a fancy Excel sheet. I know it's not Excel, it's something else. It's, so you search the number or the name of a record, and it has an associated number, and then you go find it if it's a hard copy, or if it's a soft copy, it says like where it's saved. Is that correct, Jen? Jen used to be in records a long time ago. She might remember more details, but that's how it works right now. So it's not actually a software, there's on our servers, they're all
program?
saved, numbered, and then every record number has a name associated with it. So the problem is searchability is what's really hard with that.
Yeah, it's kind of a basic system, so like it's searchable, but we still have hard copies, so we might be able to search it, but then we would still have to go retrieve those documents. So some of them are at the public workshop, some of them are here. So this would be a more robust system that like everybody would have access to, and you would be able to see them all electronically.
So don't we have we scanned all of our documents and uploaded them?
No. Right.
So this would be to scan them all?
Well, not just,
And the program to correct.
So I know when I was at the county, we had just hired an intern from the U of A to come in and spend the summer, and they scanned all of our and uploaded so how would that be different?
so this is a system. We have a records management person who will be scanning and organizing and figuring out what's in boxes in many different locations, and moving the stuff individually from this numbered access database into the new system so that it's easily retrievable. So then we're compliant with the legislations that we've changed to ADIA, we've changed how they do records management at the province, and we had to update all of our stuff to that. So this allows for us to be concurrent and compliant with legislation.
For me, I guess my only question is if it could be pushed off a year, just because we already have the accessibility to search for all of our documents. And I think it's just because we had the big hit to finance department last year with over 200,000 for the new system that we installed. That's my only, when we're looking at the budget. Go ahead, Brandon.
I guess, yeah, the one thing that I would bring forward with this is I have a buddy who was doing something very similar with the U of A, in which he was taking information and sorting them into folders and doing all of that kind of stuff. And he was paid, I forget what it was, but a good chunk of money for a whole summer to do this, to set everything up into a records management program, essentially is what he was doing. And then he's got a buddy and also went to school with him. And he came in with an AI program and within 5 hours created a program that did his job immediately without him having to do anything. And so I'm wondering if that is a potential, if we could talk to somebody that is maybe on the software side that could create something, an AI program that can do this for us, as opposed to manually having someone do it and or paying a records management program $50,000 to do the same thing.
And the digitizing is separate from this. This will just allow the digitizing to be more seamless and searchable.
What's everyone thinking? Go ahead, Pat.
Just listening, it sounds like the question being asked is there only one program, software program available to do this? And is it the best, and has it been recommended, and blah, blah, blah?
Okay, so the program does use AI. It's the setup cost that's included in this, and we quoted out, as far as I can remember from seeing all of the quotes, we quoted out to 6 different corporations or organizations that provide records management programming, and the costs range from $50,000 right up to $275,000.
Pat, did you have another question? Ryan? Sorry.
Are we in compliance right now, and is there like legislation coming that's gonna make us not in compliance?
So the province has changed the record management requirements. Our policy is currently compliant with them. Like all municipalities, we are behind in how we've done things, not to the point where we could be fined, but there is, issue finding certain documents, and when people put in, I used to say FOIP, now I have to say an ADIA request, it does take us further amounts of time because we haven't had the opportunity to properly get things into a system.
So it would increase service levels because it would be a quicker turnaround, potentially.
Potentially.
Okay. So everyone's fine? Fine leaving it in, yeah. No, I said, are you fine with leaving it in? Yeah. See how the rest goes? Brandon?
Yeah, I would be preferential to seeking other avenues and determining if there is potential other ways of doing this as opposed to just accepting $50,000 right now.
Ryan?
I was just gonna say, and just because we accept it as 50,000, like it still has to go out to tender, or has the program already been selected?
Obviously, we didn't have any idea what these systems would cost, so based on quotes, it would be the system that we're proposing, so.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just putting a maybe there. Next up, Public Works Tree Operating Project. Questions, leaving it? You would say no? Pat?
Just a question, a reminder, it was probably talked about, is this amount of $45,300 to cover the entire town, or is it section, the whole place?
It's to cover the entire town, the assessment for the entire town. Yeah.
And is there a reason for wanting to do it all in 1 year?
Price, I believe.
Price, okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Farrell?
Yeah, I guess I don't feel like we have a lot of plan type stuff coming forward in this budget, which is purposeful because we haven't done our strategic planning. But I think if admin is recommending that there's a few things we should move along the line, and these are going to help long-term with our planning, my guess is we'll have lots of things to discuss next year and trying to decide what to pick and choose. So my preference is to always to do a few things as we continue on so that there's always a few things in the works and not a pile up.
So we have some no's, we have some yeses. Anyone else want to comment? Okay, I'm going to put it as a maybe. We'll circle back around. Okay, and then next up, we have Planning and Growth, Sustainability, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. I think I have a yes here, and I think we said, I think we'd wait and see if we had a presentation and.
To all members of council, we've asked them to attend to the January GNP.
Okay, perfect.
We have no confirmation that they're coming, but we have asked.
Okay. So would we leave it as a placeholder and then? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, sure. Fireworks, we had, I have a yes in here for fireworks. For 15,000. Pat, go ahead.
I know part of the conversation yesterday was in reference to the time of year being perhaps looked at again. So, in thinking about that, I think that's definitely a real possibility that makes it more feasible. My concern with the July is that I can't tell you how many nights I stayed up till midnight, which is unusual for me, and it was canceled. So I think, we need to consider that for sure. We're doing it for families especially.
Thank you for that. So with that being said, would it be too late in the year to switch from summer to New Year's fireworks?
We would have to check with the provider, but we have no problem asking.
Okay,
We've also asked the county to cost share on twice the amount
yes,
and do it twice a year. So
yeah. So there's the potential. Okay, so we'll leave this in. STARS funding was a no unless someone's changed their mind. Pat, go ahead.
Well, I haven't changed my mind, I still support it. But it occurred to me in thinking about it that I know that for sure the Community Foundation this year put in the 10,000. I suspect there could be other community groups also perhaps contributing some. What I would like to see the town do is, first of all, acknowledge those groups for supporting the community. You know what I'm saying there? Like the town, we are not putting the money in, but the town is still doing it. It's just coming from those different venues that, if we could make it look like we're a group donation somehow. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Anybody?
Kind of, but no.
Kind of. Okay, I just think that, from the start, looking at it from the STARS perspective, they want a donation from Drayton Valley.
Yeah.
Period. And so to do it in a way where we acknowledge that there is that donation coming from Drayton Valley. It might not be coming from this budget, but it is coming from our community. That would look great.
So did this request come through a letter?
They came in person to present as well, but we do have a letter as well.
Just so, are you saying then maybe responding to the letter and saying, thank you very much for your request? So-and-so in our community is contributing this year, or as a way of Drayton Valley, or something like that?
This chooses when it wants to work. Sure, something like that. I think that, I know when I was there, she referred to wanting to come back to present. Perhaps we could do that and invite these other donors to be part of that, and so that it's looked at as a community donation.
Farrell?
My only piece with that be too is I wouldn't want to take away from those organizations either. Like, if Bob's Welding is donating to them, I don't want to be like, on behalf of the town and Bob's Welding. It's like, it's Bob, so.
I don't want it to seem that we're asking for that. I just want it to look like what we're doing is supporting those groups and thanking them for doing that we are presenting it as a thank you.
Like recognition.
I have,
Acknowledging it.
may I make a suggestion that, is this what you're asking, just for clarification? That the town, letter from the mayor go to the Community Foundation, thanking them for supporting the worthy cause of STARS and CCing STARS in the letter.
I think that's great.
That would be good.
I guess my only other concern now is how many other organizations and community groups have donated to something, and how are we recognizing them? That's my only thing.
Okay, and my thing is, we should be. So.
If we know about it. So what about if at the end of the year, we just did a post on our social media and maybe in the newspaper saying the town of Drayton Valley would like to thank all the organizations, not-for-profits, groups, individuals that make Drayton Valley such an amazing place, and all their contributions, or?
We could ask for people to let the town know that they have done charitable contributions to the major, like Stollery, STARS, et cetera, and you could just put a rolling slideshow up at the Mayor's Gala.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a little bit of time to discuss this. Yeah, sure. We did the previous council started a council recognition where when we hear about if it's somebody's having a 100th birthday or been in work for 35 years, or there's something that we want to congratulate or celebrate, somebody can tell us about it, and then we have them come to council and say thank you, and we get a picture and recognize them too. So we could modify that a little bit and do something like maybe that Jocelyn was mentioning as well. Okay, so no to the stars. Truth and Reconciliation, we said no. We'd look at other external groups of leading this, and then there's the opportunity for them to apply through community grants and things like that. So EPBR, operating support, I have yes. Is that what we left at, yes? But they're going to come and present. We're going to have it as a,
February G&P.
yeah, have it as a placeholder. They're going to present in February, if we're still, yep, okay. And then museum, bathroom, building, I have $10,000 here because we have $20,000 that was put away in a fund for the gazebo. So we would just put 10 here, if that's correct. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Whaley.
Just an update, the county provided a letter of support for a CFIP grant, but has not committed funds as of this time.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So are we good with that still, 10,000? And then seeing, they'll have some fundraising to do and proposals to the county and such. Okay, Drayton Valley Comprehensive Family Violence, I have no here, that once we start supporting, how do we pick and choose? And then we have the Aspen View Pond Desludging Project, I have as a yes here. Go ahead, Ryan.
My only question on this one is, does it have to be in 2026, or can we do half the funds this year and then allocate the other half for 27? Just, it's just a massive amount.
So was this going to be grant funded, I believe? There was some money left over.
It's
I
saying
don't know
it's
what I have here
tax.
in my notes. I have something about the, something.
No, there's no money left
there's-
over, no.
Okay.
No. The biggest cost, I'm just gonna put it out there for desludging, is the dewatering. So if you have to dewater it twice, it's gonna cost more.
No, so out of the 255, take half of that, allocate it, put it in reserve this year, and then next year
Next year
complete
do
one
the-
project as one time. Just because at 255, that's 1.2% tax.
That is an
Right.
option.
Go ahead, Colin.
He mentioned the water removal is the most expensive part. Like, what's the,
So you gotta dry the sludge in order to haul it.
right?
So you gotta get the water out, which requires a lot of pumping. And then moving the sludge around to get the water to go to one side, pump. It took about, I wanna say about a week to just dewater Murrah.
So are we pumping it out or sucking it out? Like the
Pumping the
water?
water out.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, would there be oil companies perhaps who would like to take fresh
I
water?
was thinking.
They're always looking for
Fracking?
fresh water,
Yeah.
you know? So even if it was free, right? But that'd be a way of saving costs if somebody else would stick a hose in there and suck it out and take it away.
I'd have to look at regulatory on that, to know whether or not it would be something. I'm sure that we'd have to probably test the water to confirm its quality. So there'd be some additional work that would be required to see if that would be an option. Operationally, I don't think it's a great idea, just because it's gonna take a lot more time, to line up these trucks.
Cody?
Just to Colin's point, the county does sell stormwater, and as I understand it, they make quite a bit of money on it, like tens of thousands.
I will reach out
And
to
who do
them.
they sell it to?
I don't know who they sell it to, but
Yeah, I think
Really for
fracking.
I'll
Maybe,
talk to them about it.
sure. So this is a yes in here.
Can I go back to the turf? He had asked the.
Oh, yeah,
land,
absolutely. Yeah.
Impact, it's about 29 acres in West Valley.
Oh, 29.
And to be clear, like, we're actually acquiring equipment in this that would allow us to utilize that throughout the town. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Farrell?
For the pond, do you guys ever do it in the winter? The
That's what-
desludging?
That's what we just did.
That's what we're doing, yeah.
We did it in November.
I just mean when it's like, yeah, full frozen.
It'd be too hard to manage.
I remember them digging out Ivan Toe once, and there was ice piles bigger than me, like chunks of ice, because and I remember like, what's happening? They're like, we have to dig out the pond, and I was like, dig out the pond. I was, yeah, that was a long, long time, like way before I was on council, but,
I'm not sure if that would have been in an emergency situation
Yeah, I don't
potentially,
know.
but.
I just saying, you're talking about the
water.
water and being dry. I'm like,
Phrase it.
does it dry out down at the bottom or no?
It's pretty sloppy for the most part.
Yeah.
It takes quite a bit of work to dry it
Okay.
out.
Okay. Okay, so, go ahead, Brandon.
Sorry, I guess, yeah, just in regards to the tree operating the field maintenance. So you had said that we're purchasing also additional equipment. My question is as to why we're doing this through our operations as opposed to applying for a grant similar to the other pieces of equipment that we would be purchasing through a grant.
These are such low dollar value that
Oh,
they're
okay.
not
They're not worth
necessarily
it?
qualifying
Okay,
as capital.
Sounds good, that's what I was wondering, thank you.
Yeah, and those fall under our capital projects. We already have that money that's allocated for capital projects, and we're just using it since we're not doing the 43rd this year. It goes to those.
Sometimes if we would do like lots and lots of small equipment, probably we could do it through capital, but just because of the amount of this, that's why it's going through operating, yeah.
So we've changed a little bit here. Have you been kind of following me a little bit, Elvira, with the changes? So what are we at with?
So 286 is all the projects. Go to the right sheet here. So I'm just going to type them in. Nope. We can decide if
286
we
you
want
have
to
for
do half of
everything.
it.
That's the included, not included, that's everything here? Or I guess, no, the included story is already in there, so I had 282, we're at 286?
4,000, 12,000, 5,000.
I have 282.
286. Maybe the North Saskatchewan. Yeah.
So,
Yesterday, I took the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance out, because that's
Okay.
how I was reading.
well, we could leave it
And
out
then-
and see how it goes.
So I added it back in, that's why it's 286, that's all.
It's only 4,000, okay. So we're at 286 in there.
Yeah, I'm just going to
Okay.
do a one-liner over here instead.
Okay, so 286.
Yeah.
And I do have a method to my madness here. So then we go,
So this, right now, if we left it at it, it's a 3.88% increase in our tax revenues. That's not in mill rates, that's not in the average residential.
yeah,
It's not exactly anyways because of other information, but once we have this as close to where you guys want to see it, then we'll go to get more specific estimates on those. But just so that we're being clear, this is a 527,000 increase in our revenues, that's 3.88% from 2025.
okay, and then so,
So I've adjusted for the reduction in the one sports
Capital?
field project that was 8,200 or less, and I've also added $90,000 in
you
revenues
have,
from
okay.
the waste. And that's all accounted for along with these projects, so that's where we're sitting at. So
so that was including everything from capital?
capital is coming from the operating reserves.
Okay, capital is coming from the operating reserve, so
Yeah.
it won't change this?
No.
And then you added the increase to $22 from the 19 in here?
Correct.
Why did I think there was $50,000 somewhere else?
250,000 that was allocated to sidewalks was only supposed to be 50.
Oh, it's just going to drop the pull on reserves on that side.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's right, that was
Yeah.
there. Okay, so this is where we're sitting at now. What is everyone thinking? We've eliminated a few things. This is where you determine if you need to walk away and think about this, if you need to add a few things back or still get that number down. And this is for residential, this is what residential, how does this affect residential and non-residential?
I need to clarify what that 3.8 is.
Those are possible, they're not confirmed.
Oh, for sure, but I just want to make sure they're not in there. Like, there is nothing. So right now, if everyone literally got the exact same assessment, we would need to increase by 3.8% to meet the budget.
The possible assessment was included.
the possible assessment is included.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's at 2
Yeah.
point.
So
what was the
really, we're looking at
possible?
like 7%.
Okay, so this is pretty close. Let's look. Sorry, let's expand this now. 5.29 for the average residential and 3.53 for the average commercial. So that's $12.88 a month for the average residential and $53.49 a month for the average commercial. And when I add those two together, that's 3.78. That's approximately close to the 3.88 outside of assessment, requisition changes. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Slower, yeah.
the average, so this is the average assessed property is 283,000 for 2025. And if I leave, so if you can see in the formula code, I'm expecting the same amount of homes, but there could be a few more homes to bring that down a little bit, but it won't
Yeah.
be significant anyways. So my assessor has told me that we're expecting a 3.7% increase in the average residential assessment. So I've already accounted for that. So that's 3.7% right off the bat for the average residential. The commercial is not expected to increase, or non-residential. It's going to remain flat. That's the prediction. So that's what we're working off on base. The second thing we're working with is the increase in requisitions based on the increase in equalized assessment. So I've already accounted for that as well. So that means with that and what I increased to make the 2.5% and now the 3.88%, that brings the average residential to 5.29 increase. So the average residential tax levy in 2025 was 2,920, and this would be 3,075. And the average commercial would have been 18,176, and it's expected to be 18,818. If, with the 3.88% increase in our revenues as a municipality. Go ahead.
I'll go to Ryan first.
Sorry, and that's with all those projects, like that 280, so that's full
Everything.
Aspen View Pond next year.
Yes,
So we
That's
could,
right.
but, so if we split that up, it's gonna bring it down to 4.2,
yeah.
about 1%.
What do you mean split it up, though?
So like allocate half, so of the 255, take 125 of it this year, and then do the remaining 130 next year, and then complete it next year. So put 125 in reserves this year and complete it in 2027.
So not do it next year?
Not do it next year. Well, it's 255, right?
So we were applying for a grant through flood and from RAW. Could we apply for the same for Aspen View? Okay, and then so this would not mean either that commercial would stay at a status quo. It would still see an increase.
We would like to have that discussion with council as we get towards the time in April where you start addressing your mill rate bylaw.
Yeah,
So this is the current state of things.
yeah,
But we would like to have some sessions in GMP at looking at what we can do to bring more of an equalization between residential and commercial, because that's cost prohibitive for development on a commercial or industrial level.
it is. And I would agree that I would like to see no increase when it comes to commercial in order to, encourage some growth in our community.
You want to see what the residential would look like if we removed
Yeah.
commercial?
Yeah. I would. Let's see it, just rip off the Band-Aid.
Do that as a graph for them at the next meeting. Let's maybe not just look at numbers, let's look at what a graph looks like with the numbers. So we'll prepare that for you and bring it back.
But that development in return will give us what for a tax base for
So would
residential?
you want to absorb the requisition, or are you okay with the requisitions increasing there? Because that's a whole separate story, right? You do not want to absorb there, that's what
No,
I'm
we don't
recommending.
want
Don't
to.
ever absorb that, right?
No.
So alone, even if the non-residential, we didn't increase the the rate at all. They're still going up by 1% just from requisitions.
So, yeah, so they still go up, yeah. Not in the town, yeah.
One we don't have any say over, they can go up and down.
I know, we can't.
But the town piece, it's broken out on the bill. So they should be able to look at their last year's bill and say, I paid $18,176. This year I'm also paying the exact same for my town portion.
You think that that can happen, yes?
Yes. As long as I can have that, look someone square in the eye and say, no, then I'm okay with that. I just don't
There you
like.
go.
Okay, what is it? Where are we at? 8.43. And that would be, yeah.
Yeah. Somebody was reaching out to municipalities to get information about what everyone was thinking for increases, and we got some information back, and now I can't remember which town it was, but there was somebody that was doing 7 or 8% increase this year, so I'm not suggesting that, but.
Yeah, and that's what, we seen 8 all the way up to 28 last year across municipalities for increases due to inflation and rising costs and all that, definitely.
Yeah, well, I think so many towns too just didn't do asset management and they were all too new. They didn't need to, but now that we're all getting past that 40 years, they're all starting to have to do it, and they're all looking at massive tax increases.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Colin.
Can we see what it looks like if we do if we spread out Aspen View, the desludge, over 2, maybe even 3 years?
Wouldn't that just be 1%?
Yeah.
What does Shelley think would be the impact, because every year it shrinks and grows, and by putting that project off for another year? Is there a potential risk? Is it going to cost us? I know sometimes we think we're saving money, but is it going to cost us in whatever fees? Or we could say, let's go ahead with the project if we can get somebody to take our stormwater.
I just confirmed with the county that they do not sell their stormwater.
Oh, they do not
No,
sell their stormwater,
not to date.
not to date.
I'm asking more questions, however, but the only thing I could see an increase in is, potentially you're going to accumulate more, probably at a slow rate. The inlet being an issue that we could probably accommodate with our operating just to kind of get us by. However, you're going to probably see some inflated costs as well as the years go on, so I'd have to account for those inflations. But yeah, I mean, it is doable. That's the choice that you guys are going to have to make.
6.68%.
6.68? Yeah, so that's not much. So then in the projects included projects, what were your numbers? What did we, because I had 2 maybes here, and then we had the Lions West Park down to 27,380. Have you included the 2 maybes still?
Yeah, so right now, the projects are all still in there. We haven't removed anything from the ones that were already in the budget. So it has the TAB program, which of course is reserve funded, so it's not impacting rates right this year. And then we have the sports fields, records management, and trees.
Tree operating. Do we feel that we could push the tree operating maybe a year or 2, or what's the urgency?
I think the records management would make more sense to push a year than the trees, just because of the savings that we're getting doing the trees this coming year. That's why.
So push the records management? How does everyone feel with that? Or both? Ryan?
So on the tree operating, is there like grants for that like through Warehouser or anything like that we're able to secure? Okay. It'd just be interesting, like if we're actually like focusing on trees and wanting to rebuild, like replant and make sure they're right.
Would that be something that would qualify under FRIA? Yeah.
Maybe.
No?
Not an assessment.
Not an assessment?
No, that's not it. It's not a fire risk to have trees in town. It's a fire risk to have trees around the town that are not kept up on the Deadwood area. So no, this is not a free.
So this is where it gets difficult, because we have an amount that you might be thinking. You're all residents in the community. You all are speaking in the voice for the residents that live here. So it becomes very difficult decisions on where we want to see that number, where we want to push some projects. So there is a suggestion, if we're going to pick one, to, we could push the records management program till next year. We could push the tree operating, or we could keep it. I know there was some discussions around in capital, I don't know how hopeful, but in the equipment that we could save money if we looked at auction, or if we looked at different brands over the chosen brands, how confident we feel, or if there's anything else. What was the other one that we thought maybe? Or those are grants, yeah. That's right. Yeah. Just trying to think of where else. Comments? How is everyone feeling with thinking about it? Sometimes you need to step away and think about it. Are you wanting to come back tomorrow, or are you wanting to finalize this today? We do have this as part of the agenda package for council next week too.
Which we could make into a presentation quite easily, with your choices being made very much in public as they are now, but in a formal meeting, where we present what you've come up with today with the maybes still left in, choices to pull them. We could then table the decision on it. Your general manager of corporate services could go away, get you final numbers, and bring them back to the end of the council meeting. It is a very light agenda, because we didn't know if you ended up being discussing this in council, so. And we didn't want to give you another full day of council.
Or the other option is when you go in, everything's decided, and then you make the motion and accept the budget with little or less discussion. You're not here? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Colin.
So just with the inventory on the town trees, I would assume that Weyerhaeuser would be fairly sophisticated in terms of being able to categorize trees and catalog them and all those sorts of things. Is that something that we could approach them for and say, can we potentially use your expertise? Perhaps they have technologies that we could use, that they would be able to, I'm not going to say lend to the town, but could they grant that sort of stuff to the town as opposed to us trying to pay for it? And then the other piece to that tree inventory and maintenance was the chainsaw courses to the tune of $5,300. I'd be okay with proceeding with that, I think, but the $40,000 to me seems a lot for a tree assessment. And I mean, how important is it for us to catalog the types of trees and numbers of trees? And is that really core to what we're doing? Not necessarily, but like I said, perhaps Weyerhaeuser would have some solutions for us, maybe at a reduced cost. Summer student project for Weyerhaeuser, perhaps, yeah.
Do we feel that maybe, as Colin had suggested, is going ahead with the training, so we have that, and then maybe pushing the tree project until we maybe have a conversation with Weyerhaeuser? So that'd be taking the records management program, deferring it till next year, as well as the tree operating, and then keeping in just, I guess, how much did you say for the? $5,300 for the chainsaw training? How does everyone feel? Go ahead, Pat.
I just have a question. Am I remembering that there was some reference to doing this for the purpose of ensuring there's no, there's some tree disease stuff happening in the city right now?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so there's spruce beetle that's going around right now. Of course, we want to make sure that we don't have any elms disease. A lot of our trees are nearing end of life, so the risks are getting higher for those trees to fall over. And I do want to put into perspective that we did ask all of our pre-qualified engineers or arborists. That cost, it climbs. It was like 150,000 roughly with every other one. And the person that we have retained was at 45. So quite a bit cheaper with this one, with the amount of inventory of trees that we have in this town. And we have been recently getting more and more service requests from the public about trees being a risk, and so we're doing one-off inspections right now. So just something to keep in mind, as well as trying to figure out our replacements through asset management and strategizing that way, so.
So for me, I would feel comfortable with pushing this, just because when you did mention the spruce beetle, I know in conversations with Jeff from Weyerhaeuser that it's pretty much not a concern anymore. And so just talking about the different species and the threats and everything to our trees. So I'm not a tree expert, so it would be good to have that conversation with Weyerhaeuser and decide what are the threats and if we should be concerned, right?
Yeah, this year alone, I believe we replaced or removed 12 trees that were infested with spruce beetle. So it is still an issue. The bigger thing is just to diversify your species so that it's not all spruce trees. You can get trees that are the same type of look. It's just diversifying those to make sure that you don't have that widespread.
Any other comment? Okay, so we'll
All right.
take out the records management, take out the tree program and leave in the training.
Yeah, so that actually lowers it with Aspen View Pond being put in reserves, half of it, and then and then doing it the year after. We're actually coming out lower than we initially projected. So with the savings. So I would recommend leaving it at 2.5 net pickup and putting the extra 20,000 in reserves, is what I would recommend. Of course, we don't have to do that. So if we did the 2.5% like the initial budget proposed, except put it all on residential, except for the requisition increases, it would be 5.87 on the residential.
And then commercial would see a
1%, 1.05%,
one.
just from the requisitions.
And then what further discussions do you feel we could have in the spring around the commercial? Because when I look at this and I look at the potential for development and investment in the community and growth and things like that, that's what's going to help us long-term, especially when you look ahead at the projects that we have. My concern is taking away the desludging this year, and then it just gets added to all the projects next year, because the projects always keep coming. They don't go away. So that's my only concern, is taking it away. But I think that development and growth is crucial in our community, so I would want to make sure that we're looking at commercial and making sure that that is feasible for development to happen in our community. But I would like to see the desludging left in. That's just me. Pearl, do you want to comment? Because you're not here, so unless we're coming back tomorrow. Right? Yeah.
Still working through all the numbers in my head of, I get it, and you're presenting it very open and honestly, but that 3.7% of assessment is already in there is a lot. Like, ultimately, in the end, people don't care, it's still going to be an increase of that, and so saying we're having a 6% tax increase is definitely.
That's what it is.
Yes.
It's not a 6% mill rate increase, but it is a 6% increase to the average person, what they're paying.
Yeah, and if that's on the assessment, then that will go up on the town portion, as well as the provincial and Brazeau Seniors portion. But if it's just an assessment, if the value goes up, it is going to affect the town piece as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It's high.
So we have, and just a reminder that when you look ahead for 2027 projects, there's quite a significant amount of projects in that, as well as we've brought forward a dome for discussion, and there will be significant costs with that as well. So even though you're having to consider this year's budget, we did defer some projects that will come back next year, along with all of these that are projected in our 10-year capital plan as well. So you have to kind of keep that in your mind when you're making the decision today. As hard as it is today, it's going to be even harder next year when you have projects like the 43rd, when you have the new cell construction, when you have ice plant replacement, like all these things that are on there, not necessarily that they have to be. So we've pushed some projects that will come back now. So just kind of, it's a lot, but those are all the things that you have to consider. Cody?
So, I can feel the voices there. So when I see the increase again, where do we go? I like for the percent increase. On that.
Oh, to our tax revenue?
Yeah, so I want to know are we going to have to increase the mill rate in order to achieve that? Or is that just going to, like, when we talk about the requisitions, which requisitions are we talking about? Like, is that just the school tax and the seniors? And
We have
it's just
to-
those two?
Sorry. We'd have to increase the mill rates by 3.91% to make that.
In order for us to not be taxing anymore and just to have the, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You're talking just the requisition? It's impacting the non-residential by 1% and the residential by 0.21%.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if we remove those requisitions, are we increasing taxes?
Yes.
And then what's that amount?
So the municipal portion is 5.66%.
Okay, 5.66.
That's the municipal, and then commercial would be 1,
For the commercial, it's nothing.
or it's nothing?
Right now.
Right now.
Right
Okay,
now, you
commercial's
said
nothing.
it's only the requisitions, so that's how it's sitting right now.
Okay.
You can play
And
around
that's
with all the
without
numbers.
desludging though?
It's with half
half,
of
yeah.
it's putting into reserves this year and then doing it next year in '27.
Okay,
So
Jocelyn?
the other thing is, to Councillor Cody Brooks' comment, this was after they messed with leaving, what was originally proposed was not that high. It was commercial and residential, but you saw in that graph earlier that commercial had a disparity level. So that's been altered to remove some of the disparity, so.
That was already included in the presented budget.
No, you changed this a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, we did have it, our loan was being brought closer together simply by the fact that the residential assessments are increasing and the commercial are not. But then any mill rate increases, we had them evenly between the two on top of that, which we've now changed to only be coming from residential in this calculation specifically.
Farrell?
Can you show me if you moved 1% down to the commercial? Thank you.
Somehow 5 sounds a lot better than almost 7, right? We can do anything, like we could do, once we have all the numbers, you can say, we'll come back to this, of course, and you can say, let's cap residential at 5 exactly, and then do everything else on the commercial or whatever. We can do really, split them however you want. But it's nice for council to be able to kind of see what they're deciding now, because unless we're gonna do budget adjustments, then we're locking into collecting 18 million, and that, depending on how assessments come in, that's how the mill rates will have to come in as well, right?
Okay, let's take a short break and give our brains a little rest, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. at 2:22 PM. We've had a break to maybe think about things. There's a lot of numbers and a lot of considerations that have been presented. We have cut some things, we've added some things, I guess we've added some things. We've changed some things here. I'd like to make a suggestion still of keeping the Aspen View Pond desludge project in the operating project list, because I feel that with all the projects looking forward for 2027, it's just another added expense. So comment, Jocelyn?
Yes, Madam Chair, if council would just put their no, maybe, and yes list together, we will bring back a mini budget presentation to next week's council meeting with the goal of doing 2.5 residential, 1% commercial, and we will find other internal savings as we can, and then we will be able to present it to you on Wednesday formally for, the request would be for then approval. So if council could just assemble what their yes, maybe, and no list is, we'll work it from
Sure.
there.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go through them one more time here. So we're looking at the operating project list. I'm going to go through it as I have it. This is page 38 in your package. First up is tuition assistance, that's a yes. Lions West Park Sports Field, that's a yes, minus the 8,200. Records management is a no. Tree operating project is a no, with leaving in 5,300 for chainsaw training. Next up, we have full-time assistant public works manager is a yes. North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, no. And we're going to wait, we'll have that presentation in February. Fireworks are yes, and we'll leave it as is now. We're still waiting to hear from the county the potential of funding and doing it twice a year. STARS funding, no. Truth and Reconciliation, no. EPBR, yes. Museum bathroom, yes, but only 10,000. DV Comprehensive Family Violence, no. Aspen View Pond, I'm putting a yes, if I can get, I'm getting a no. Cody? Aspen View desledging? Yeah,
If you're unsure, may I recommend a maybe?
May I?
yes, you may.
Yeah, so I can say maybe, but I know how this is going to sound to some members of administration. This is not as detailed a budget as I'm used to. And I feel like there's some things that we can cut out of some unnecessary things. And so what I'd lay as an example, I don't know what the mayor's gala costs us, but I'd rather cut that than increase taxes, if that makes sense. And so I don't have a detailed enough picture to even start kind of working on those things. So I'm not totally sure where to go right now.
Okay, Farrell? Desludging.
Desludging, yeah, I would leave it in.
Okay, Colin?
Sorry, I would do desludging over 2 years.
Okay, so I have a no, a maybe, a yes, no. Pat?
Based on the information we've got here right now, I think I'd have to go with 2 years.
Ryan?
Yeah, I think the 255 is just a lot for 1 year, but I think splitting it over 2.
Okay, so that's splitting over 2 then? Half this year, half next year? And then, so those are operating project lists. Let's quickly go through the capital project list. Anything here changes? I have yes to everything. This is capital project, this is 71. Oh, go ahead, Ryan?
So the only thing coming out of operating on capital, if I'm correct, is the main valves, the roof replacement, and then the guardrails in the, or sorry, the rails in the arena, correct? Okay.
Yeah, could you repeat that?
So the only ones coming out, like everything else is grants or reserves except the main valves, the roof replacement of Reservoir 2, and then the arena upgrades? Okay.
Okay, so is everybody still fine with all this? No changes? Colin?
Well, I'm wondering if there's an appetite at all to look at one of these pieces of equipment, either the skid steer or the compact excavator. I see that they are grant funded, but that's, again, that's LGFF or CCB, whatever it's called. Is there an appetite at all to look at scraping one of those from this budget?
There's always the potential. Farrell?
Like, how would that affect operations?
Shelley?
It would most likely increase some rental costs through our operating budget. But other than that, it just minimizes what we can get done. Service levels, yeah.
We're going to use them either way, whether we rent them or whether you buy them. And it just depends on availability for project completion and timelines if we rent them. We can't speak to who is available when, so.
So if we look at the compact excavator and the skid steer, what did we rent more? What do we use more?
Oh, I'd say it was probably pretty equal.
Pretty equal, and how many times usually are we renting?
Well, we could only afford, I think we rented it for 2 weeks. That was the most we could afford.
2 weeks, and that's $300 or $400 a day?
Approximately.
4 times 14 is 4,000 and 5, yeah.
Yeah,
So that'd be $10,000?
yeah, but we didn't get much done. We got 2 ditches completed.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, so 10,000, we used only about 10,000, but then the ask would be for 200,000?
Correct, but we would have had it out every day if we could have.
If we could have.
Yeah.
Farrell?
And I guess for me, there also is efficiencies with staff timing. If I have a lawnmower at my house, or if I have to drive to the rental store, load up the lawnmower, bring it back, get it off, use it, is a massive amount of, and a big cost of us is labor for sure, so.
With that question, if we're had 2 weeks of work and if we had it in-house and then we would be able to use it more, what are the staff using their time with when they're not using this? So do we have the capacity even to do additional projects if we had it?
Oh, yeah, we've got lots of capacity. We've definitely found some efficiencies that we needed to address within our staffing, and we're working on that.
Brandon?
Yeah, I guess just another question too. Do we have a licensed heavy-duty mechanic on staff that manages and?
We do.
And repairs it? Okay, yeah. So then we're not looking at significant increase in, okay, cool.
And just another note is that there's renting the equipment and then there's hiring a contractor to do it as well when we can't rent. And that's even far more expensive to do as well.
Yeah, the one ditch we did in Brandette, the ditch completely had failed before we even got a chance to get to it, so we had to do something with it, so it was approved in last budget to contract that out, and that was a $32,000 cost.
Okay, Brandon, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess just in regards to that, obviously we can't, there's no way to future predict exactly what your costs are gonna be, obviously, through a year. So I'm assuming you guys have done the best you can at looking forward and saying this is what we're gonna save subcontract wise and utilization wise, all that kind of stuff of buying this equipment. But yeah, obviously, we're not looking at this as a full picture, being able to say, well, yeah, we're definitely gonna save $400,000 this year, not contracting it out kind of thing, so. Just a comment.
Through the chair to Councillor Boehm, one of the main things that the GMs and managers and I did going through this budget was, if it was a want, it's not here. If it's a need, it's in this budget, so.
Yeah, and it's hard to predict what we're gonna save because like, up to this date, up to this point, we've done just what we could do. And so depending on how much we do, then that'll like hugely increase the savings. Kind of like some stuff we just wouldn't do if we didn't have, sort of thing, but if we had to do it, then we would be saving. Potentially, if we did 2 or 3 ditches a year, could be 100 grand of savings, being able to do it in-house.
Exactly, yeah, and we're not letting our ditches get to a point of failure, which then increases that cost even more, so.
Perfect. Okay, so keeping in, I know that there's 1 or 2 saying take it out, but keeping everything in? Getting half nods? Okay, so have we gone through everything then? Oh, and then I guess the addition with fees, the only change there was the. Yes, the inspection and then the waste, the garbage for up to $22. And then I think that was it, right? Yep. Okay, so you're good, you got everything from us?
Yeah, if council's good for us to take this away and recompile and bring it back to you next Wednesday, we'll be very excited to get that out to you tomorrow, but it may not be by noon, it may be a little bit later tomorrow. Might be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, your agendas will be ready.
Perfect. And with that, so then we won't need to come tomorrow morning then?
You get tomorrow off, guys.
Yeah. Okay, so any other
Take the rest of the day
questions
off.
from council to administration or in regards to the budget before we wrap it up? Ryan?
I just have a comment. I know you guys have been in this like since August, so thank you. The process was great being first time in budget, so everything was explained as needed, and I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the kind words.
Anybody else? No, just thank you again. As Ryan said, you put a lot of work and time and effort into this, so we really appreciate it. And sorry if your projects didn't get pushed through. It's not final yet. We'll have further discussions on Wednesday and then also next year. So great job, everyone. Thank you for your hard work, and look forward to passing this next week. And that
Thank
wraps
you
up
very
our
much.
meeting. Good job, everyone.